Hello everyone, we are back. I'm sorry about the delay. We had a few technical difficulties as would be expected in a large convention hall.
We are.
But we're going to play this game.
Yeah.
We have a few minutes to do it, so let's get it started.
Let's hop right in.
Now, this is my second time playing the game, so please excuse the amazingness that you're about to see unfold before your eyes.
Taryn has played the first level, so I'm going to drop her into the second level, which she hasn't played yet, but she knows the game mechanic. So the core game mechanic is throw, slow, shoot. As you can see on the shirt, that is our motto. All right, got your controllers.
All right, so we're going to start by playing. Do you mind tightening my headset?
Yeah.
It's a little loose. Thank you. Oh, that's so much better. Perfect.
All right. So,
breach? Do you breach mission?
So that's the one you already played. So maybe
so
just
I'm gonna do
go right into Overrun.
We're going to do a new mission I have not yet played. So we'll see how this works.
And never forget your slow-mo. It's the big round button on top.
In this game, one of my favorite aspects is that you can play in slow motion while shooting aliens. Hopefully I'll remember how this works.
And be sure to shoot the red barrels because those are destructibles in your scene.
Oh, okay. Well, I forgot what my red hand does. Anything?
So you're gonna throw orbs with your.
That's right.
Yeah.
And how do I? Oh, that's. Oh, there we go.
We have to wrap it up.
I'm totally forgetting how to.
It's pretty short.
It's amazing what happens when you haven't played in a while. No, I don't want to leave the floor.
It's gonna keep going.
Oh, it keeps going. Yes. Okay, this is good because I just got warmed up.
Now in this one, beware of what the robots do. They get pretty close to you.
The robots get close to me. Okay. All right. Wow, my throw is really off lately. I'm gonna try to trade hands. Let's see if that helps. Oh, they're crossed.
You can swap hands with that side grip button.
There we go. Come at me, aliens. I got you. Where are you, aliens? I want them to come up and scare me.
Do you actually have the game audio? I think so. I don't know if they're playing it. That's not there.
Oh, I see a new one. That guy just cannot seem to get him. There we go. Yes! I want to get you. Yes! Killed that one. There's a guy hiding over there. Whoa! Wow, they get very close. Oh, wow, they get very close. Come out, alien. That's actually pretty terrifying. Yep, definitely new. I'm just like waiting for them to pop out. Oh, there's a guy. How am I doing, Jessica?
Awesome.
They get so close in this one.
Yep, and they blow themselves up too. You can also shoot their heads off.
I can what? Blow their heads off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost over, unless she dies, but I think she's gonna live. Unless we disabled dying, but don't think we did. Alien robots.
So what would some people at home, what would be a good tip for them to know, or a good tip for me to try and employ to get better?
One pro tip is you can hold an orb out in one hand and hit it with a gun like a bat.
Oh, okay. Oopsie. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
It's really all about the orbs in this game. That looks really cool. It looks like you're in a Firefly world.
I feel like I'm in a Firefly world.
Look behind
Whoa. Hey, buddy.
Enter the VRLA raffle to win free VR gear. Share a picture of the expo on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram.
This is a workout, I gotta say.
VRLA 2017. Then just stop by the VRLA merch booth at the entrance to the expo hall to show us your vote.
Yay!
You'll
Woo!
be entered in the raffle. Winners
You
are
did it. You lived. I knew you would do it.
That was a really fun new update to the game that I last played. That was
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Oh, that was really fun. I like the ability to take the orb and shoot the orb and then create the bigger blast. That's really fun. All right, so people can download this game now, right?
Yep, the game's out right now on Steam for Vive and Oculus. So check it out. Let us know what you think in the comments. And yeah.
Hopefully I don't have VR face too bad as I go wander the convention floor.
You're good. You're good.
I'm good. All right, well, thanks for hanging out with us for the last hour. It was really fun.
Yeah.
And,
awesome.
Enjoy VRLA, guys.
Bye.
Story Up Studios with VRScout. We are so glad that you are here today. A lot of excitement here at the LA Convention Center in the West Hall, where we are seeing so many phenomenal experiences and creators, and we have some of the brilliant minds in the VR industry here right now to chat with us just a little bit about today, about what they're working on, what they see ahead in the future, and some of the new tools that are out there that are helping we as creators create. So first off, let's start with a round of introductions. Starting from my right to my left, we have Gary Radburn of Dell. Great to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you for having me.
You are from Raleigh-Durham.
I am indeed, yes. My accent is obviously Southern.
Excellent. Well, we are glad to have you here today. Christina Heller of VR Playhouse. It's great to have you here in the house.
Oh, why thank you, and thanks to VRScout for putting this awesome booth thing together here at VRLA.
And you are based in Los Angeles.
Yes, based in Los Angeles. We are on the east side of Los Angeles, holding it down over there.
Yeah. Excellent. And last but not least, we have Joel Bratton of HTC Vive. Good to see you.
Yes, likewise.
Where's home for you, although I know that you've been traveling in many different time zones here lately?
Yeah, San Francisco, Bay Area, so quick flight down to LA this morning for the show. And really excited to be here and to talk about my favorite topic, which is virtual reality.
Well, we're glad that all of you are here discussing your tools. And let's start off with a question, and feel free to jump in here. There are no rules. You guys can interrupt each other.
Yeah.
So let's ignore
like
that the cameras are there and just geek amongst ourselves about this important industry.
Yeah.
So you've had a little bit of time, perhaps maybe to see some of the interesting things that are out here at some of these booths. What strikes you as new and interesting this year when it comes to VRLA? What are some of the things that excite you in this space?
I mean, shall I kick this off? For me, it's like inside of virtual reality, we've been ramping up, and every time you wake up in the morning, something new and exciting has happened. So to actually see it all in one place, and rather than having to scour different articles, different publications, it's really good to see. And the innovation that's actually happening in the industry is fantastic. We've got some new trackers in HTC, which I'm sure you'll mention, which allow us to do different and more exciting things inside of VR. We've now got the mixed reality type environment, so we're moving on where people who used to feel isolated from VR because somebody's got a headset on, they don't know what's going on inside of there, they can now see that mixed reality, see them gaming and feel involved. It's just fantastic.
For me also, I think that kind of jumping off what you said, the social stuff is where I'm really starting to see the biggest movement. I think that in the beginning it was like, oh, we just have the headsets and they're functioning, and then we moved to true interactive VR, and now we're at social interactive VR, and I think that is the real promise, I think, of this space, is being able to connect with people inside this alternate reality and to be able to play, experiment, and transform. So I'm excited about the social stuff, and hopefully we'll start to see that move into the consumer market too, where more and more people will buy these high-end headsets and will be able to play with each other. A good example of that is this. So Ian, my co-founder, was talking with one of his childhood best friends who lives in Pennsylvania. We're in Los Angeles, and he was trying to convince his friend to get an HTC Vive, and he was. And his point was and I just had this amazing image in my head of him playing with his childhood best friend in the HTC Vive. He's in Los Angeles, the friend's in Pennsylvania, and they could spend an evening together playing like children. Isn't that a beautiful kind of
thing, and how media is being used for healing properties as well. There are a lot of booths out there where media is not just something that entertains you, but also have healing properties.
Yeah, so for me, I think that what's exciting that I'm seeing here that I wasn't seeing necessarily last year is just the wide variety of different types of content. So at Vive Studios, which we're actually identified about 13 different really key categories of VR content. Right? So gaming obviously is the big one early. It's the early adopters, the gaming just really understood. They already knew how to make content, digital content. Putting the user and the player right in the middle of the action is a natural fit, right? If you're in a first-person game, you're already on in terms of gameplay. So what's exciting for me this year is just seeing all of the different areas that are taking off, from military, simulations, healthcare, education, design and tools. Those are, I think, very exciting areas that are going to revolutionize these industries that have been, built up over many, many years. And virtual reality is going to be an excellent way for people to experience that content.
Agreed, and I actually think as a community, one of the things that we need to start doing is bridging the gap between these, like going to medical conferences, and starting to talk with people in these other professions about what this tool we have, this like miraculous tool.
So good news, that's happening.
Okay.
It's essentially, at least because so with Vive being a hardware platform, essentially we're getting requests from all of these different industries and all these different companies and all these different players for our hardware, so that they can go to the medical show or
just to bring it alive as well. Yeah, we've been involved with a project with the University of Southern California. Dr. Skip Rizzo there, we met him at South by Southwest, and he was on stage with us there. And he's doing work in actually the treatment of PTSD.
Exposure therapy.
Exactly. And so we've got veterans coming back who have been exposed to trauma, being treated through the use of VR. It's absolutely incredible. Things we never even thought VR could be used for. You talk to people, they say, VR is gaming, it's media, it's entertainment. It's so much more, and you look at the analysts and what they're saying, the market is going to absolutely explode inside of commercial, and media and entertainment becomes a portion of the overall pie, right? And commercial really takes off in the VRAR space.
So I want to start with this question. Why create in virtual reality? To me, as a content creator, one of the reasons why we create is because we can make it output a specific brainwave pattern. How would you all answer that? Why is virtual reality any different medium than, say, a regular fixed frame film or a flat photograph? Why create in VR?
Well, I'm pretty sure we've covered almost every physical aspect of the planet at this point. If you're an adventurer or a pioneer, I'm not sure that there's that much left to discover. But in the VR, there's this entire world, the virtual world, where we can create and we can play, and it's like new territory. So I think that there's a lot of us who are creators and also adventurers, and I think for us, like, it's incredible. It's like the sexiest thing in the world to be able to like help be a thought leader and set begin to set in like the foundation for this entire new way to like craft stories and experience things. I think why create in VR? It's like sensory deprivation and sensory replacement. Like, to compare it to a frame, like you can't do that, because it's a completely different sort of experience.
It's an emotional connection as well. When you're actually experiencing something, people are starting to move on from saying storytelling to story experiencing.
Story living.
And story living. And we're using that as well in various different aspects. Again, a live example of that would be the industry of automotive. So we created a Jaguar Land Rover launch. We actually had, this comes to your social aspect, we had a group in London and a group in Los Angeles actually communicating with each other in the same VR environment for the car launch. The journalists that are there, normally they say, well, we're normally given PowerPoint presentations and it's very static and it's very dry. Using that VR, the faces on those people, because most of them hadn't even used VR before, they'd never experienced it before, and it was a whole new thing, and it's really changed the face of how people interact, how people product launch. There's an emotional connection. They're seeing that even in the purchase cycle. When you're in a car showroom, you're picking something out of a catalogue, you're hoping that you match up the interior with the exterior, and you're spending a lot of money generally. You want to get that right. Now you can actually see that inside of VR, you form an emotional connection. Everybody wins.
Well, and computers connected us, but then they also isolated us behind these screens. VR is the opportunity to take that connectivity and bring our full humanity to it, and I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, so I like to think that, the playground that we have to create virtual reality content is essentially the entire universe and throughout all of time. So, we can basically go back to the dinosaurs and like watch these kind of massive creatures go lumbering past us on the way to go eat another dinosaur, something that I unfortunately did never get to experience in real life, but now I certainly can. And then within 10 seconds I can cut and be on a rocket that's blasting off to go to Mars, which is again something I haven't got to experience yet, but would certainly like to.
I like the way you say yet.
Yeah.
It's on the bucket list.
I would certainly like to. So, that's the playground that we get to play in, and so that's very compelling. But I think there's a couple of areas that are taking off, like design and tools. So for instance, if you're creating a 3D asset, right, you're creating it on a 2D screen digitally right now with a couple of windows that let you kind of look around and see the different viewpoints. So in VR, for the first time, now we can actually design a 3D asset in a 3D space that we are able to navigate and walk around if you have a real scale sort of environment. So we've just launched this product. Very, very excited about it. It's called Make VR.
Now say it again. So
it's called Make VR.
Make VR.
Yeah, Make VR. And essentially what it is a 3D CAD design engine in virtual reality. So I could actually put on a headset in Make VR and recreate this space, including this nice coffee table here, this couch, and design that. And then what I could do with it as soon as I'm through creating it is I could send it to my game engine and put it into my project, and then put it into a game, a movie, any kind of cinematic that I wanted to do. Further, I could actually take that and export it to my 3D printer, and then I could take this virtual object that I created in 3D space and print it out and make it real. And so that's a very, very powerful thing. I've done it myself many times just as we've been creating this product. It's so much fun. And people are just going to freak out when they get to try that for the first time. Create a digital superhero or a robot or a tank or a wedding ring, as Ricard said this morning. I didn't think of that one. That's a nice one.
Yeah, my husband's lost ring. 3, so that'd be great.
Like, okay, I lost my wedding ring, but now we can create one together in virtual reality, and then we can print it out. And by the way, you can print out in gold, silver, and platinum using a product like Shapeways. It will print out in gold whatever you create. So we could actually go into VR, create this coffee table. I don't know if we'd want to do that. It'd be a lot of gold.
It would be a lot
of
gold, yeah.
A ring for sure. A ring I would definitely see printing in 3D.
When's the launch for that, and how can people access that?
Yeah.
Is there a fee for that? Is this a beta program? Give us some more details.
Sure, yeah. So this actually just launched 2 weeks ago, and you can download it on Viveport, viveport.com. It's $19.99, so it's about a $20 price tag. But the functionality that gives you for $20 is incredible. If you had the same functionality on desktop with your CAD programs and so forth, it would cost you a lot more, several $1,000s. So we're really pioneering this space, and we want a bunch of people to jump in there, create digital assets, start sharing them with each other, selling them in a marketplace, and really help boost the VR ecosystem.
Well, just a reminder, as you can probably hear above us, we're live at VRLA talking with content creators, platforms, and Joel from HTC, Gary from Dell, Christina from VR Playhouse, and talking a little bit about some of the tools like Make VR that are helping. What other tools are out there that are making content creators' jobs easier?
Certainly from a commercial perspective inside of there, then people are embracing VR in a much better way. Again, we're going to harp on about the social aspect, collaboration. Right? If you're in business and you've got people who are geographically dispersed, in large organisations you used to have what they call a cave environment, where you walk into a room, all the walls are actually displays on there, and you can see large machinery and things inside that space. You can't conceivably go and put a cave into every single location for people to go and use. They're very expensive items. Now we can start using VR for people in different areas that are geographically dispersed to interact with each other, to design, to build, to correct, to help iterate new designs very, very easily and relatively cheaply compared to the previous tools that were out there. So we're seeing a lot of use of that in the industry.
I know, when you're creating, you probably look back even 2 years ago and think, and you're probably telling stories in your shop. Back in the day, we used to, do this, and now you have the stitching software. The stitching is being done in the cloud, and the content creators' tools are a lot easier. Are you not thankful that all of these?
Oh, totally. I mean, it's interesting. Like, there's a piece of original content we've been developing for since 2014 called First Person. Part of the reason it took so long to make this thing is because when we shot it back in 2014, we were doing it on 10 GoPros and one of these old rigs. Yep. And so now we typically use the GoPro Odyssey and the Google Jump system at VR Playhouse, but we also have a few other systems. But yeah, the camera tech has been amazing. I'm also super excited about the developments on the live platforms, with live cameras. cameras and the like stuff that we're going to be seeing with that. Like Live 360 is a whole different beast, and I think like in the next year we're going to see some really, really cool stuff in that area. And then I'm always telling like interns and people who are in schools, learn Unity, learn Unreal. These skills are incredibly valuable if you're looking to like make VR content. They both have their benefits and disadvantages. I know that like a lot of the designers really like Unreal because it's so beautiful. Unity in some cases is just easier and more functional, I think. So I think that if you're interested in making VR content and you want to know where to start, I mean, I think the game engine is probably the place where you can like have the most fun and see a gainful employment. Honestly.
Yeah, like within basically, so I was actually the assistant producer on Unreal PC when it came out, which was where the engine grew from.
Yeah.
And so I actually got to work on the Unreal Engine back in 1998 when it was first being developed. And it's back then, I recall it was around 1 million lines of code that was inside the Unreal Engine to create the first version of Unreal. Today, I just was talking to my friends over there. They let me know it's 100 million lines of code inside of Unreal Engine today. And so, if you and all of those are available to VR creators and content creators. So if you think about that, that's if you're a content creator today versus one in 1998, that's 100 million lines of code that you don't have to write anymore if you leverage that power that they've already built. Unity is very similar. I don't know their code line count, but it's super high. It's crazy, and they're just taking all of that work away from the developer. So now the developer can leverage that power, that time, and that energy that all these really super smart engineers have created, and then just make a really cool design or an idea or something that hasn't been created before on top of that, and spend their time there. And that's where we're going to get really compelling, amazing content.
So important to see that innovation. I want to talk a little bit about content and some particular pieces that you all are proud of. And I know that's kind of like asking which one of your babies is your favorite.
Right.
Right? So, obviously, all of you have been doing some phenomenal things. What are some of your particular pieces that you are most proud of?
Sure.
Wow, that's a tough one. Just hope the other one's not listening. Basically I think I've got two, because I've got two areas. One's a commercial, one's like the consumer. We've done some really, really novel things inside of VR and to enable people to actually experience that. In the consumer side, we've now got the world's first 13-inch. So we've got 13-inch mobile Alienware, which allows people to actually take that on the move. It's really portable, still capable of driving a really good VR experience. And on the commercial side, we've actually got the world's first mobile workstation that's VR capable, VR ready. So we've got both sides of the spectrum, the professional side and the consumer side. And to be honest, today is a great time to be a game developer or a content designer, asset creator, because there's so much in demand. Like everybody thinks, it's all about entertainment, and like, okay, that's my niche, that's my industry. It's not. You learn the game engine nowadays, you've got skills that you can market absolutely anywhere.
Yeah.
And we just want to enable people to have that springboard to get a good footing in the industry.
Which one of your babies is your favorite?
So we have, like I said, we've got 4 originals coming out this summer, and they all are special in their own way. But I'll just talk about the one that's coming out first, which is called The Surrogate. So it will be released hopefully sometime in the next week or two. Follow us on Twitter or Instagram, and I'll let you know when it's live, and it's free. So that's the best part. Like, we're just letting anybody play with this. It's a piece called The Surrogate, and it's an interactive narrative that blends CG and video in the game engine. So in this story, which is very David Lynchian and very much feels like an immersive theater piece, but for VR, your character has retreated into the walls of the house that she used to live in due to like an overexposure to VR and AR. So she's, and they've hired a surrogate to play her/you in your life. So now you can navigate inside the hallways, and at the end of each hallway is this little portal where you can peer into all the rooms of the house, and you then watch this narrative unfold with your husband and this new surrogate, and you can follow them from room to room. And it's a really interesting story that we're hoping to turn into a series. So this is like I guess a pilot, and it's a really interesting template when you see it, because we know, and maybe some of you out there know, video in the game engine has been this like kind of elusive thing. Like, how do we tell real life stories that are also interactive? And I think The Surrogate has done a really elegant has a really elegant solution to that issue. And I want to give a quick shout out to the creator and writer director of that piece, which is Peter Flaherty. So we're excited about the surrogate.
Peter.
Download it in the
When is that
Oculus Store,
coming?
Oculus Store and Steam.
Yep.
Sometime in the next couple of weeks. We're
Oh, that
literally
sounds
just
really compelling.
shipping the build like now. So yeah.
Excellent. That's great. Well, at Story Up, we're based in Missouri, not necessarily in the Silicon Prairie, as we like to call ourselves.
Okay.
So we have a platform that's coming out, a combined story with neuroscience.
Yeah.
So it's being used in hospitals, nursing homes, assisted living centers that actually output specific brainwave patterns. So we're compounding media, much as you would compound drugs, to output specific ways that people are able to experience these stories. And you at Vive have all kinds of wonderful babies that it's probably very difficult for you to pick which one is your favorite.
Sure, yeah, and as a matter of fact, we've got about 30 different pieces of content in development now. Last year, several of those came out to market. But I think I'll just highlight one that I think is relevant to this topic, and that is education. We think VR and education match really well for the following reason. There's a philosophy called the cone of learning, which is that humans tend to remember about 10% of what they hear.
What's that?
The cone of learning.
Just tossing it in.
Clever. So remember about 10% of what they hear, 20% of what they read, and 80% of what they experience over time, right? So we think that virtual reality allows you to experience things that may be more compelling and therefore allow you to remember them and more than if you read them or heard about them from the professor or the teacher. So we made an educational application called Lifelike Museum, and that's also available on Vive Core right now. It's very popular on our platform. And it's a virtual museum of about 1,000 different 3D models, everything from dinosaurs to satellites to the Hubble Space Telescope to plant cells. You as a student can go in there and learn so much more by actually looking at I give the example, they have a dog and then all of the dog's internal systems, right? So it's nervous systems, digestive system, of course the skeleton, and you can click and select and then just see that part of the dog. I learned more about the inside of a dog in this experience than I probably ever needed to know, but it's just very, very compelling. So I think education, again, is a great area for us, and this is one of the early
imagine
areas.
You want to be a vet when you grow up. I mean, how invaluable that experience
or
would be.
a satellite scientist, right? Or an astronaut.
Yeah.
Just being able to go out and walk around the Hubble Space Telescope and see all of its parts, select it, and see what it is and what it does. As a 8-year-old or a 9-year-old can absolutely spark you into a career in that
And it's
field.
exciting to think about those kids that have a different way of learning than the traditional way of learning,
Yeah.
which is sit at your desk,
Right.
listen to your teacher.
This may
and all
blow
those
them
people who
wide
learn
open.
by experience, which I know I
Yeah.
was definitely one of those people. Like I need to do it hands-on, and I need to do it like 2 or 3 times. And then once I've done that, then I know what I'm doing. Like if I had learned that way more when I was in school, I think I could maybe would have made different choices. I don't know. You know what I
Well,
mean?
let's hope not. We wouldn't have led your piece otherwise.
That's true. But it's just interesting and exciting for like I said, kids and stuff who learn in different ways, being able to tap into the experiential learning part of it.
Let's talk a little bit about the barriers to entry. And we know as an industry that there are a lot of barriers to entry, one of them being the availability of headsets out there, the availability of heavier gaming PCs. We as content creators can create the content, but only if you have mechanisms on which to distribute it. What are some ways out there that as an industry, those barriers can be reduced?
Sure.
Can you give us as content creators some glimmer of hope that these headsets are going to continue to be distributed in different ways?
Yes, for sure. So essentially,
Can you help us out?
No, so if you think about this, I like to think of where we're at in VR today, kind of like before the tablet computer showed up, right? Which was about 7 years ago. No one knew they needed a tablet computer, right? No one knew they needed an iPad. But all of a sudden, about 5 years ago, pretty much everybody needed one. And in my house, I think I have 5 or 6, which is pretty crazy. I have some kids. Again, no one knew that we needed those, but then the content came that you could see or experience that somebody showed you. Wow, I can now actually do my email, I can do my Facebook, I can do my YouTube in my lap, or out at the park if I've got Wi-Fi or if I've got network. And all of a sudden this thing took off, right? And there are hundreds of millions of tablet computers in the market today. So that's, I think, a very similar thing to what we're looking at in VR. Not a lot of people are experienced putting the headset on, right, relative to the total human population. Very, very small, like less than 1% who experience premium VR today. So as we get the more compelling content to come online, which is certainly happening now, that part is being filled in. And as more people get to experience that compelling content and how it relates to them and what they like to do, then that's going to help them understand that they need to put that investment down. And really, if you think about it, like an iPad costs about $1,000, right? With a very large, get a large memory size in it. The headsets are less than that, right? And then the computers that power them are actually useful for a wide range of things outside of VR as well. A lot of other computing things. So if you look at it in terms of that, I think we're kind of at this moment where about 7 billion people haven't tried it yet. And as we create the content that is going to excite and interest them, and then they try it and see how great it is, it's going to open up this huge market for all of us.
It's like a chicken and egg as well. If your market size is determined by the number of headsets that are out there in the market, and so a content creator goes and says, okay, is it worth my while? Am I going to make AAA content for a small audience? And then the audience are going, well, I'm not going to buy a headset because I haven't got the content that's actually driving it. So you've got this dichotomy that's going on in the industry. So what we're trying to do is, okay, how can we democratize like VR? Because VR covers a wide gamut of experience. Right, there's all the way to the very high-end experience with 3D, completely immersive, entire environments generated, all the way down to 360 video, right, as an immersive video experience inside a headset. So not everybody needs the most powerful, not everybody needs the least powerful. So we're working on ways as we move forward.
And not each content needs, that full power.
And then so you don't need the horsepower. In the same way that there's many, many different graphics cards and different horsepowers along the way, not everybody immediately goes and buys the most powerful one. They go and buy what they need to consume. So if somebody says, well, I'm not really interested in gaming or whatever else, where do they go? They can go to a phone. Then we're looking at, okay, how do we do middle ground? How do we do in that? So you'll see in the future as we move forward, making it more accessible to the people who haven't, the 7 billion people that haven't tried VR, making it more accessible to them at a price point where they can do that, but they've still got a path forward. So they can still go good, better, best, right, through there and get more and more people on board.
How's the wireless Vive? How's that going?
That's great. I mean, I have so much fun with that every time I try it, and it's actually slated to launch. Let's see, what are we at? It's actually going to launch next month, I believe.
Oh wow! And so for people who are watching who aren't familiar with the wireless Vive, talk about what that is.
Yeah, so it's a peripheral actually, and so the nice thing about that is it doesn't split our market at all. Like so the developer can still develop for Vive, and then there's just one hardware that they write to. All this does is it's a peripheral that if a user wants that, right, if they prefer to not have a wire connection to their computer, they can hook this onto their headset, and then that headset now will wirelessly communicate with the computer. And they've solved some incredible problems to make this work. As a matter of fact, I was at so many conferences in VR last year where essentially everyone said this could not be done, or at least it could not be done within a short time frame. And all of a sudden, this company, TPcast, showed up within one of our ViveX accelerators, which is designed specifically to foster this kind of innovation. And people were blown away, didn't believe it. And I can tell you that I had the CEO of Epic, the Unreal Engine, come and check it out himself, because he was also like, this can't be true, I don't believe it. Brought him to our CES booth, and I have pictures of him just giggling like a schoolboy as he was playing wireless Vive and understanding what that meant for our business owners.
Speaking of which, I know we have to wrap this up, and I'm actually meeting with the guy from Epic Games in like a few minutes. So
Right.
I should probably beat that guy. Yeah.
So it's shipping, I believe, in North American market next month, and it is really going to revolutionize the accessibility for people that don't want to worry about a wire. For certain out of home, like location-based entertainment, that's going to be 100% penetration there because they just want to get rid of that.
And commercial are also trying to cut down on liability as well. You don't want people wandering around the virtual vehicle, like I mentioned the showroom earlier. With the cable. I mean, we can hold the cable out the way.
For enterprise, it's going to be a no-brainer.
It's going to be absolutely superb.
I want to get Christina in here talking about a little bit about entrepreneurship. Obviously there are a lot of entrepreneurs coming by the booths trying to gather information about their particular startup. What advice would you all give to individuals in film, in devices, their developers? What can you give them, not just funding advice, I mean, they don't just need funding, they need mentorship and things like that. Start with you. You're an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneur. It's not easy breaking into a new market for which you are creating content that nobody has these headsets for. Number one, that's tough to do. So talk to the entrepreneurs and the startups out there and give them a little bit of hope that what they're doing is important and they're on the right path.
I mean, I honestly, this entire ecosystem depends on people like us and you. Like, if we have to work together to make this an exciting, inclusive, and robust industry. So, my advice would be to, right now, like, I still think it's going to be a little lean for a little while. Like,
so how long?
I mean, look, honestly, at VR Playhouse, we're bracing for a year of it being kind of lean and kind of tough, and that's just real talk. Like, like the headsets are, people are slowly starting to embrace it and understand it, but there's still a lot of education that we need to do as a community. That's why these kinds of panels are interesting. That's why, I go to conferences and why I talk to so many people is because in a lot of ways, like, this outreach, my livelihood depends on it. Your livelihood depends on it. And so, so we're bracing for a lean year. I would say, like, don't go, be conservative. Keep your overhead low and focus on doing what you do, and just focus on doing what you do and doing one thing really well. I would say right now, just become, and I think, I think 2017 is going to be the year where I think some people who've been in it for a little while maybe get a little tired and take a break, and I think that the rest of us are just going to keep on going and making content and getting it out there. And
it's been surprising to hear some companies who have not survived even in this last year. I know we saw that in China, and we're wondering is that coming near us? What do you think? How's 2017 going to be for the virtual reality business?
Oh, I think it's going to be great, actually. I think it's going to be great. And as a developer, the advice I would say is definitely plan to go cross-platform, because essentially, if you lock yourself out, what that does, if you lock yourself down to one platform with sort of an exclusive deal, what that does is it locks you out from maybe 80% of the marketplace with your content. And then what's more valuable than short-term cash for developers is building a community around their content and getting people excited and interested about what they're doing. So my advice is to develop for all the VR platforms, if you can, all the way down to Google Cardboard, and certainly all the way up to HTC Vive in terms of the ecosystem, because 2017 is going to actually fill that ecosystem out with even more different headsets. And so if you can be kind of platform agnostic in your approach, you're going to have the best chance to succeed here in this early stage of VR.
They're wrapping me up. Go ahead quickly.
Right, so I mean, in the last year, we've actually seen prices already start to reduce in terms of the entry point for hardware and things like that. As more and more people take it up, there's economies of scale, there's new technology coming out. It's absolutely great that people are now getting more and more into VR, and the cost of entry is lower. Could be lower, and we're working on that as we go through. And then as we get more and more people on board, it's like share the ideas. If you've got a challenge, you come to somewhere like VRLA. All the people here, there's some free tables and whatever, where people are showing their latest and greatest. form that community.
And I do want to end on a positive note. I didn't mean to sound like, I was just saying, like, you know, we got to hunker down a little. It's, you know, the headsets are still finding their footing. But actually a really legit piece of advice is to partner up. I think that, like, right now, like, the best thing we've got going is is places like VRLA where you can look around and there's, like, amazing little developer communities. These guys doing this, these guys doing this. Like, partner up, find people with different strengths, and together we can make the amazing content that is going to thrive on the
Don't be an
HTC
island, because there's enough of the pie out there. The pie is going to grow huge by the analysts. There's enough pieces of the pie out there for everybody to eat from the table, right, by sharing ideas and then all pushing the idea forward.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. You've been an incredible brain trust here, so I appreciate you chatting with me. Gary from Dell, Christina from VR Playhouse, and Joel from HTC Vive. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Sarah Hill from Story Up Studios, and you've been watching a broadcast by VRScout.
Check, check, 1, 2, check, check, 1, 2, check, check. Kobe,
Water as well.
please, please.
Water's all around?
I had a water. I don't know where I put it.
JJ, you want me to keep going? If you keep going, yeah. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, thanks,
Sound
brother.
checking as well.
No, she said just me for now.
Thank you,
I'll
Kobe.
hit you next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. You're the king.
experts, all of you hardware manufacturers that are creating some really important tools for creators to create even better VR. So thanks for being here and talking about my favorite topic, which is virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality. So here at VRLA, world's largest expo of phenomenal things out there, what are some of the booths, some of the technology that you're seeing here that is really exciting, perhaps for some of the folks that aren't able to make it here to the Los Angeles Convention Center? Ryan, what are you seeing?
I really love the Microsoft HoloLens Easter egg experience. It made me realize how much I wanted the field of view to be bigger. I wanted anything that makes me want, anything that makes me more excited about VR is the reason I'm here. You know, I just want to this is the culmination and the catalyst for what's next.
And it's really cool, how it's an actual activation too. And there's this physical space that you have to go into.
Yeah, they have these
big,
styrofoam trees and stuff over there. It's amazing how much it's grown since last year and how much it's grown since the year before last. Gosh almighty, it's crazy. It's awesome.
The art is beautiful. It is towards the back of the exhibit hall, doing some phenomenal things with using VR as healing properties. So definitely check that out. That's what I think is most exciting about this space here. And how about you? What are some things that you're seeing here?
I'm a technology guy through and through, so I'm a product guy, and people like Intel, right? Even though they don't necessarily have that end user product, but it's all the technology that's inside of that, really kind of gets me amped up about how do we take the imaging industry and allow people to create amazing VR content.
So speaking of people, let's introduce ourselves. I know I gave you just a brief introduction, but if you can expand on that just a bit. Ryan Bell of VRScout.
So I am a content creator, community guy. I help put together events. I actually was shooting video with Jim at the Santa Monica Pier the other day. And so I love playing with cameras. And right now I'm working on a very independent and art type of piece with 360 video. So yeah, that's kind of me.
That's great. And everybody knows Jen.
Oh, Sarah's way too sweet and gives me honestly way too much credit. But I'm the co-founder of Shift and co-founder of Women in VR. I'm also a VR director. Been working a lot on really focusing in on the art at the intersection of technology and storytelling. So for me, a lot of what that has meant when I started to think about the stories that I wanted to tell using this medium, I think, at least for me, my first step is kind of nailing aesthetic, nailing mood, tone, lighting, and all these little details that really end up creating a world and building an experience, whether that's in live action or interactive.
Excellent. I'm an entrepreneur. We're based in Missouri. Story Up Studios is at the intersection of journalism and neuroscience. So we're compounding media, much like you compound drugs, to elicit specific brainwave patterns. So that's what we do. Jim, how about you at Views?
I don't know that I can follow that. So my name is Jim Malcolm. I'm with Humanized Technologies. We're the maker of the Views camera. My background goes back, I spent a lot of time with Sony Electronics and launched the world into digital photography. I left there and went over to Ricoh and actually worked with them to develop the Theta, which is a 2D 360 camera. And then found out that we really need to have 3D in order to be true virtual reality. So I met the folks over at Humanized who have a lot of expertise in 3D modeling and presenting. I joined them to help them on the hardware side in order to bring the Views camera to market and really try to change the industry.
So talk a little bit about those definitions, and I know we've got some overhead sound, and this goes back and forth as far as the true definition of virtual reality, and we on this couch might not all agree on what that definition is. So when I ask you what is VR, what is your response to that?
Yeah, so that's the 900-pound gorilla in the room, right? So I'll tell you my perspective, because I'm about taking true life and turning it into virtual reality, right? So CGI, computer-generated worlds that you can room scale and move around in, I know a lot of purists are going to go down that path. Mine's a little bit different, which is how do you create a virtual time machine in virtual reality so you can transport somebody back to that time? And there are some requirements to that. One is 3D. Without 3D video, it's not virtual reality, right? You can't simulate a 2D video in a headset and try to make it feel real. It also requires 3D audio, so that you have directional points that, depending on what you're looking at, it sounds like it's coming from there. So from that point of view, and then we can layer on top of all kinds of other requirements as far as frame rates or what have you, but the least common denominator for me is any medium that creates a full 360-degree immersive world in 3D with 3D audio.
And see, to me, I just playing devil's advocate, I disagree just a little bit on the 3D, 2D, because to me, anything in a headset is VR. I think as creators, it's important that we draw those differentiations between 3D and 2D, but I wonder if sometimes we aren't confusing the public with our definitions of monoscopic, stereoscopic, and all of this. Is anything in a headset VR? To me, that's kind of how I come down on it, and I'd be curious to hear. And we all don't have to agree, which is great.
I think you touched on a very important thing, confusing the public. Like if you're speaking to somebody and you're saying VR, and then you have to go in and you've got, say you're giving a TEDx speech, you don't want 15 minutes, you don't want 3 minutes of it going into what's the difference between these things. Well, Leah Probst at VRScout says it's on a spectrum. So if you're able to say that it's on a spectrum, because it is, the more immersed that you are, the more real your virtual is. So I say that's probably the easiest way, because the last thing I want to do is have somebody that could be interested in virtual reality feel dumb. So that's my opinion.
Well, and taking that and really expanding on the point that Ryan made, I've always positioned VR as a spectrum of interactivity. Leah and I have talked about this extensively. I think at the very beginning of that spectrum, you have 360 video, whether that's on web or whether that's in a headset, whether it's mono or stereo, because at the end of the day, if you're defining it as a spectrum of interactivity, the audience still they're interacting with the content because they have control and agency over the X and Y axis. But as you go further along the spectrum of interactivity, you start to get more movement on the Z axis with seated experiences. And then all the way at the end of the spectrum, you have full immersion, room scale experiences that you can walk around and you're tracked one-to-one. And I think what's interesting about our industry right now is because we don't have standard definitions, because we're all still figuring it out, but it goes back to what Ryan was saying too. If you define it as a spectrum, you're opening that door up to more people to even just start dabbling in it.
And yeah, people start to ask, what about the spectrum? Where is this on the spectrum? I love that sounds like the greatest title of a blog post, the spectrum of interactivity.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? Doesn't it? I want to leave and write it now. It's awesome.
Can we co-write it?
Yeah, let's co-write that.
Yeah, but to get off of that, the technical side of things, right? It's got to be comfortable. And I think that's one of the biggest objections that we hear when people put on headsets. If the video is not comfortable, then they're less likely to put a headset on again and try something else. So we run a risk as an industry that we have to make sure that if we're going to put something in a headset, it's filmed in a way that doesn't make people feel like they're sick. It doesn't feel uncomfortable that they're in the experience, because they run the risk of not putting that headset on again. So 3D tends to help that comfort point of view, where it feels natural and it feels comfortable to be in that headset.
And bad 3D can really make it even,
Fair enough.
Yeah, bad.
That's a good point too. Yeah.
But I was just gonna, to add to that, coming from the perspective of a director and a content creator in the space, I think, yes, I completely understand the importance of technical things. This is why we use specific cameras to shoot specific things. Like, there's no, at least to my knowledge right now, there hasn't really been a one camera for everything. But that being said, it's more, I think we also have a responsibility not only to look to the technical side, but also the actual content side. Because someone probably won't be that compelled to put on a headset again if the first thing that they experience isn't even really good content across the board.
Right.
How familiar are you with that camera?
So I've seen you guys launch things online. I actually haven't tried it yet. It's probably why I'm sitting on this couch. But
So we're anxious to look at that, and you can go ahead and break it out. Tell us about it. How does it work?
Yeah, so let's get into the technology a second. What I'm going to do is I'll start a video while I talk about it. I basically just turn the camera on itself. I'm going to just push the on button. I'll put it up a little bit higher, so it's that. And I'm just going to put the camera here for now. But the camera has a total of 8 lenses on it. We use 4 of those cameras to create a 4K video for your left eye. We use the other 4 to create a 4K video for your right eye. Now, both of those videos are spatially offset the width of the human eyes, right? So if you look at the camera width and you look at the human eyes. Now, also in the VR headset, when we play it back, that's also spatially offset. So now what we're doing is we're fooling the brain to see 3D. So not only are you seeing 360 degrees with everything around you, but you're also seeing in 3D, both up and down 90 degrees. So in essence, we're creating 180 degrees by 360 degree video. So we've just now created a video, and the camera itself is a shoot and store device because we are creating so much data. Right? We have 8 full HD cameras, so we're creating about 1 gigabyte of data for every 1 minute of recording.
What's the output as far as resolution?
Yep, so you can put out all the way up to cinematic 4K 4096 by 2160 for...
Can you make it mono too if you wanted?
You can make it mono as well. So if you were to take that file and even as stereo and push it up to YouTube or Facebook, if you're playing back on an iPad or your computer and you want to drag it around and do 2D, no problem, they'll absolutely do that. So just go through the technology a little bit more. It's got a standard 1/4-20 mount on the bottom, so it's easy to integrate into anything that you want to do. Like I said, since we are a shoot and store device, we have a micro SD card in the camera that stores it in there. You can just take that memory card out and put it into your computer.
1 micro SD, not 8. Notice he said 1. So all the camera.
Yeah, that's a good point. So I'm not having to manage all of those cards and try to figure out how to do this. Now we do render directly with the Humanize VR Studio software in order to create the video. And the reason we do that is because when we manufacture this camera, we put it in a special control room, calibrate and understand exactly what every camera is seeing, what every lens is seeing, so that we can pixel lock, frame lock, and color lock all of those cameras together to create a seamless VR experience.
So what you're telling me is I'm not clapping and spinning the camera with that. It's
No.
pixel level sync. You press one button and all of the 8 cameras fire.
That's right. That's right. And then when you're ready to make a video, you just connect it to your computer via USB, or if you want to go faster, you can put it into a card reader and put it into, I use a USB-C card reader and move the files over. But once you connect it and turn your computer on, or turn the camera on, the software is going to automatically detect that the camera's been attached, and it will automatically launch the software. So once you're into the Humanize VR Studio software, I can simply push import to preview and edit. There is a simpler way to do this, which is just to render it out. So if I have all of my presets done and I know exactly what I want for output, I can just push one button and off it goes. So in this case, this is the video that we just shot. I'm going to go ahead and choose it. I'm going to import it into the computer. It's going to ask me where I want to store it. I'm just going to go to the default folder on my C drive, but I can move it anywhere. And so now what we're doing is we're moving the file, which is about 750 megabytes, over from the camera to the computer. And it's transferring over. Come on.
14 seconds.
14 seconds left.
So you said about 700 megabytes, right?
Yep, so this particular file is 757 meg, and the file will come up here in a minute is about, I think we recorded about 50 seconds. Yeah, exactly 50 seconds.
So what do we have control over in camera? Do we have control over ISO? Any coloring?
So at this point, no, because it's very complex what's happening in that camera. So we are automatically managing the exposure, ISO settings, everything in the camera itself. Now there are some controls after you capture, but during capture we're actually capturing all that raw data within our format.
How does it work in low light?
So, a lot of people ask that. I don't really have a lux rating for it, so I will tell you that it will perform about like a GoPro does in low light. Okay, the camera will record in either 80 megabits per second or 120 megabits per second. So if you're in that lower light, you're going to want to shoot at 180 megabits per second and render your files out that way.
How about the being able to adjust the horizon? Are you able to do that in Humanize, or?
So you bring up a very interesting point. You don't want to adjust your horizon post-shooting when you shoot in 3D. And the reason being is unlike, say, the Theta or Gear VR, where you can shoot at an angle, and then afterwards you can correct the horizon. In this case, you really can't do that, and let me just unplug the camera and explain why. These are your human eyes. So if I do not have the camera level when I shoot, even if I correct that horizon, I'm now using stereo pairs that are at an angle to the horizon. So when you shoot in virtual reality video or 360 3D, you want to make sure that you have your camera level when you shoot. And if you shoot inverted, same thing, you want the camera to be level. And I'll show you real quick how you can fix that.
If you shot monoscopically, though, if you chose the monoscopic, would you be able to adjust the horizon in the software?
Not in our software.
Okay, gotcha.
You could then go into third-party software and you could correct the horizon. You know, I get that question asked a lot. What if I want to just do 2D? You can. The real intent of this product is 3D. So there are other products out there that maybe if your only goal is to do 2D, there may be other solutions out there that can do work for you. This is really intended to play back in a headset. And we believe that to really drive the adoption and the retention of virtual reality headsets, we need to create more content for those headsets. And so as we get tens of thousands of these cameras out there and millions of minutes are being created in VR content, this is what's going to drive the adoption and utilization of headsets, which is what's going to fuel the entire professionally, commercially produced content, because they're going to have people who are, really looking for more and more ways to enjoy true storytelling.
Right.
So so in this case, let's go ahead and just preview and edit this one video here. This is the video I just shot. Because I did not use my mobile phone to turn it on and off, I used my hand. I could use the Wi-Fi connection and use my mobile phone to do it. My hand's in there. So the first thing I want to do is trim my video so my hand's not in there. So I grab this top tool up here and I can simply tell it, I want this to be my start point of the video. I can then scroll over here, go to an end point, and say, you know what, I want this to be the end point. I don't want you to see me turning the camera off at the end, or that funny look on my face. The next thing that I can do in the software is I can flip the horizon. So now we're upside down, but this is, if I fly this camera with a drone, I want to fix it, or I want to hang it from the ceiling, I don't want to rig it off the floor. This is how I can flip my horizon. Very simple in our software.
Can you move it horizontally?
So, great question. That's the next icon.
Okay.
It's almost like I prompted you. This is called Choose Center. And I can choose what I want the people to look at when they first put on the headset. Right? So this is the default field of view. In this case, let's go ahead and put it over here to this green screen, and we'll use that as the default when you put on the headset. This next piece here is really interesting. This one here is what we call cut field of view. Now what the cut field of view allows me to do is decide how much of that 360 I actually want to render. So the practical example is, let me put it at 180 degrees. And let's say I'm filming live action. And I have my director, my craft cart, my lighting, my sound crew all on this side of the room, and all of my live action on that side. I render the video that side of the room first. Then I move everybody to the other side of the room, and I do all my live action on the other side. Then I render the opposite 180 degrees. Then when I put it back together into a headset, or in post, now I use Adobe Premiere to put it together. We don't put it together in our software. Now I've got a 360 degree world that's seamless, that's in 3D, that was filmed at two separate times. Or quite frankly, it could be two separate locations, or it could be multiple locations. So it's just this huge creative tool to be able to choose how much of that 360 you want to render.
If we are shooting something and we're seeing either a stereo convergence issue or a stitch issue, is there a way for us to immediately fix that, or?
So not while you're filming, but in post there is. So let me show you how to do that. You're going to come to this little icon here, the advanced tools. And if I find a stitch error in the video, I'm going to add that frame. And if you watch this carefully, you're going to see it jump. So I don't know if you saw the guy that was over on the stage over here. Yep. Let me take it off for a second. I'm going to take out that stitch point. Oh wait, it's at the end of the field. So I'm going to take the stitch point out for a second. See how this guy here, he's got a stitch error on him. He is actually right on, like the worst place that you could be on this camera is off of a diagonal. Yeah. But I'm going to add that field. The software is going to look at the software and it's going to find that error and then it corrected for it. So now he's corrected. And I can go through the video and I can find other places where that might happen and I can correct for it. Now, in all honesty, if you're too close on a corner, we might not be able to fix it. And too close meaning within 1.5 meters or about 5.5, 6 feet. All right. If you're on camera axis, you can come in within about 6 inches, and we can focus that camera and we can distribute the 3D effect. Now, it's going to feel uncomfortably close because it's going to be like you having something 6 inches from your face, but we absolutely 100% can render that out.
Do you have the ability to import an equirectangular from another camera into humanized software and manipulate it, or is it strictly from?
No. Right now we are married between our camera and our software, which is really where the core competency of Humanize comes from. They've been in business over 16 years, hold over 70 patents in 3D printing, 3D modeling, and computer-generated graphics. Now, rather than making a camera and trying to figure out the software, we're exactly the opposite. We understand the software, now we came out with a product in order to utilize our software. So that's why we have such a strong end-to-end solution.
So
How about, go ahead.
the software part of it is like so interesting to me because I'm not going to name out any names, but there's some pain in the butt softwares out there.
Yeah.
And this one is nice. How deep, because I've seen it from the beginning, how deep are we going to be able to go? Is this going to be something that I'm not going to have to go and do this and then go to Premiere?
So in our software today, I'll give you an end-to-end video that you can immediately throw up to Facebook, YouTube, put into a headset, do anything you want with. The storytellers, that's where the real power is going to come. So they're still going to want to take that standard H.264 file that we create, put it in, and be able to render out and create, tell their story, right? The storytelling craft isn't going away by having a virtual reality camera. How we tell stories is changing, right? And the role of the director changes dramatically. It's not just a camera angle and an actor's world. It is the entire world. It's everything that's happening. It's the space. It's the distance, because in 3D, distance matters. So your director is going to choose, I want my main subject to be here because I want dramatic effect. Like one of the most interesting videos that I saw that really drives this through is the Invisible series.
Yeah.
And if you've watched Invisible, there's a series, and I'm sorry, here we go, I'm going to ruin the plot for a second, but there's a scene where the camera is very close to the floor, in fact, almost on the floor. And when you move to that scene, you're like, why am I on the floor? This makes no sense to me. But as you turn around, you find that you're actually in a pool of blood, and there's a body next to you. So that dramatic effect of being, like you're putting somebody at ground level in a pool of blood, inches away from a dead body. The cinematic effect, the impact, the emotional impact of that is so dramatic. And that's what this type of a product, because it's small and it's light and it's mobile, it just makes storytelling so powerful.
For those of you just joining us, I just want to remind you that you're watching a broadcast by VRScout. We are at VRLA and the Los Angeles Convention Center in the West Hall. We've got Ryan Bell here from VRScout, Jen Duong from Women in VR, and Jim Malcolm here showing us his amazing camera and amazing software too. Like this is a very clean interface, you know, compared to you know,
Some
what
switching softwares.
Yeah.
have.
I mean, I've got to say, I'm impressed that you wanted to do this live. You know, like really, that's a lot of faith in something that, you know. How much does the camera cost?
So the Views camera is an $800 product.
It used to cost $500 an hour to stitch.
Yeah, and not only is it an $800 product, right? We can render about 1 minute of video in about 1 minute. So this particular laptop has got an NVIDIA 1060 card. Again, I told you earlier on that I'm a techno guy, right? But it's not it's not the top of the line. It's got 6 gig of RAM in it.
You said 1080?
1060.
Oh, 1060, okay.
So it's an okay, right? But even with that, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and render this video right now. When I render it, I have some decisions to make. I do want to do 3D. I can do 16:9 or 2:1. Or I can go custom. So in this case, let's go all the way to cinematic 4K and do 4096. And to be honest with you, I actually just did this like totally exciting thing earlier today where I've created a 4K by 4K video. So it's 4096 by 2180. 4096 by 2180, top and bottom. So the resulting file is 4096 by 4096.
That's awesome.
And an HTC Vive, unbelievable. It's beautiful. But anyway, and then we'll just call this out. Now, what I'm going to do today, because I'm going to actually put it into a headset for us, is I'm going to call it _360 _TB. Now, this is just apps and software like to look at certain file structures. We'll put that on there.
And we got a 3-minute mark. I just got that time.
Perfect. And I'm going to render it off. So now it's rendering out. We are creating a 44-second video, and it's taking us less than that to do it. So
that's phenomenal. The output is an MP4 H.264, you said, correct? Yep. 4096 by 2160, although you've been playing with 2180 in a Vive.
Yeah, so we can do 41, so this is 4096 by 2180, 2680 is what I just did there.
So where do they get this? You mentioned that it's $800. And how about the software? Does it come as a software bundle, or?
The software comes with the camera. It's you get 5 licenses with the purchase of the camera itself, so you have multiple machines you want to render. Views.camera is the fastest way to order one right now. We are fulfilling back orders. Unfortunately, right now, if you bought today, it's probably May before you actually get product in hand.
Excellent.
I'll let you talk amongst yourselves. I'm just going to put this video onto a headset real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what's your reaction after seeing that? Creators and you know, it's a process. I always say that making compelling immersive media is like sausage. Everyone wants to taste it, but nobody wants to see it being made because it is a pain in the rear.
Man, I gotta say, I got inspired by shooting with him the other day. He was nice enough to call me up and say, "You want to go shoot some stuff?" And his mentality. I mean, he's worked at Sony, he's worked at Ricoh, just going out and shooting it. And I sometimes get a little too nervous because and then I'm like I worry. And he's like, "No, just shoot content and then worry about it later." And that's a camera that you can do it because it's portable. The battery life is really good. I mean, gosh, I think the software is the long-term play for if you're able to do software for a camera that is 3D stereoscopic. Because there's nothing on the market that does that at that price point. Is there?
Not at that price point, but I think what's really exciting is seeing how this is going to impact the ease of workflow for a lot of people.
Right.
Especially like if you don't have fiber at your studio and you don't have the capabilities of uploading to a cloud-based stitching solution, very much like Google Jump, and that's probably one of my favorite cameras to use is the GoPro Odyssey. But like with that, there's a lot of like file management that has to kind of come into play, as well as like a lot of storage, and it's just so like I don't know. I kind of need to get in the headset, I feel like, before I say anything else. But
this is kind of like a cooking show.
Yeah,
like he made it, and now we're going to get it tasted and see whether or not that it's delicious.
Jim cooks.
Jim Malcolm from the views here we need to wrap it up right now. So, and I'll let you put it on Jen's face, and she is going to be the final taste tester of this 360-degree camera. Anything that you want to say?
No, just the fact that we can actually create 360-degree 3D virtual reality content within minutes, and it's an incredibly powerful experience. We're here to help grow an industry.
Yeah, no, that's what's exciting about this is I think we're going to see something similar to what we saw when YouTube really started exploding, and that was you had a lot of content creators that started to understand technology, but they understood the technology to the level that they needed to put out that content. And with something like this, I think it's really exciting because this could potentially really open up the mass market for prosumer shooters, therefore making content. I think we're going to see like another rise of VR content creators, and like this is actually really cool.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
That's really.
Guys, I apologize. We're out of time. They're giving me the wrap up. But Jim, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us and all of your toys. Best of luck to you with the views. And hey, thanks for hanging with us.
So I can steal that, right?
Yeah,
because I heard that on live broadcast.
Yeah.
Is that?
You can play with it.
See you later, guys. You've been watching VRScout at VRLA.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can have it back. Hello, my name is Ella Darling, and I'm very pleased to be here today with Marco Demiraz from the VR Fund, Frank Soki from Intel, and Nicolas Alcala from Future Lighthouse. Gentlemen, welcome and thank you so much for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for letting us be here.
Thank you.
So I want to start off by just allowing you each to tell a little bit about yourselves. So would you like to start off?
Yeah, I'm Marco Demiraz. I'm one of the co-founders and general partners of the Venture Reality Fund, or the VR Fund. We started actually 14 months ago. This is our passion to help entrepreneurs create great companies. And we've been one of the most active investors in this space. We now have 18 portfolio companies. And in the meantime, we're building our fund. It's a $50 million fund.
Wow, that's very impressive.
Thank you.
Mr. Soki.
Yeah, my name is Frank Soki. I'm the general manager for VR and gaming at Intel. I'm kind of excited to be here because you're seeing Intel focus a lot more and more on crazy immersive technologies, crazy immersive experiences. And this is one of the key places we see as creators valuing that kind of a focus. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you for being here.
I'm Nicholas. I'm the CEO of Future Lighthouse. Future Lighthouse is a studio creating basically VR stories. We are storytellers, and my background is as a writer-director, and I think this is the most exciting opportunity to reinvent how we tell stories. So that's basically what I'm trying to do.
Awesome. So my first question for you is, what is your role in the industry, and what is your company's business model? Whoever would like to start. We don't have to go in a line.
So, from an Intel perspective, our role in the industry is to be able to be at the forefront of compute and other platform technologies that bring very immersive experiences to consumers, to industry, to developers. It really goes to a lot of our core strengths because we're building a lot of things in silicon right now. Almost everything you can think of, from the data center and the cloud, through the network, through the edge devices, through the compute devices, we touch in one form or another and make us products. And we actually feel it as a responsibility for us to address these new and emerging immersive models. And of course, the way we monetize is we sell silicon. But to be honest, I think that oversimplifies our role. Our role is to act as an enabler across the board and a sponsor across the board for helping move these kind of immersive capabilities forward.
That's great. So as a follow-up, what are you most excited about that your company is focused on right now? I know it's a challenging question. You don't have to play favorites, but off the top of your head.
The most. You know what? I think probably the most important thing is from an experience perspective. We're starting to merge this virtual world, this imagined world, with things that are happening in the real world, with objects and things. Because I think being able to bring things that are in your real world and interact with them in this constructed world, this virtual world, is exactly what people want. This blurring of the line between what's real and what's created is, to me, very exciting. I've seen lots of possibilities. People are trying to suspend their disbelief. They don't want it to seem like it's a fake environment. They want it to be more and more real. They want to be more in control of how they see and experience things.
Jim Bradbury, you just won a raffle prize. Please come to the merch booth to collect.
And congratulations.
Jim Bradbury, you have just won a raffle prize.
We're all very proud of Jim right now.
I wish that was Frank Soki. I just won that prize. And the other way is we want things in that environment to be able to react to us. Just like we're doing now.
Tony Lund. Tony Lund, please make your way to
I feel like this is going to be a theme.
You have just won a raffle prize. Tony Lund, you have just won a raffle prize.
Again, not Frank.
No, I know. Come on, guys.
He has a good voice. He has a very interesting voice.
All right.
So I can tell you our story.
Yeah, please.
We're all about really entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So my partners from Ted and I, we got super excited about what VR and AR could do for us, professionally and personally. And we had done some investments at our previous firms. We thought, let's just create a platform to empower entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So our success really depends on their success. And what's really exciting to me is, we've met with close to 2,000 companies so far. Incredible innovation and visions and ideas coming from, the global set of investors, entrepreneurs and founders. So we're really excited about discovering how they want to change the world, how they want to make an impact from both enterprise, consumer entertainment, and game perspective.
And if you had to pick one of the projects in your portfolio that you're just so excited about, or something that
I can't pick
inspires
one.
you, okay, that's fair. I won't make
But
you
I'll
choose.
tell you some of my highlights, the ones people would know.
Sure.
Like Job Simulator by Alchemy.
Very impressive.
And The Rec Room by Against Gravity. And Vivid Vision and Spaces, you guys know about. Sliver TV, which is a VR in esports. But we have 18 great companies. I really can't sort of choose one of
That's
the
fair.
others.
That's fair. It's an unfair question to some degree, so I understand.
Well, in our case, we work with some of their companies they fund. We use their silicon, and basically we create poetry with all of that. And basically, stories. It's I feel in the end, hardware is needed. Every other part of the ecosystem is needed, but content will be king, or is king. We will need the content to be what engages people. It's what's gonna drive people into this, and it's what it's gonna amaze them. And we need to start doing incredible content in here. So that's basically the role that we play. That we want to play.
Our next winner is Allison Mill. Allison Mill, you have
Still. So I do know that one of your projects for Beefeater was recently the first VR project nominated for a Tribeca X Award.
That's correct.
So I would like to ask you what you're most excited about, but when I read about that, that was what I was very excited about. So what are you most excited about amongst your creations?
Sorry, about what?
Of your creations, of your projects, what are you most excited about?
The one. I'd say my little child is one called Melita. Melita is our most ambitious short film that we're creating from scratch. It was an idea that I had. It's part of a trilogy, and we're about to finish it. It's going to be a 20-minute animated short film, interactive, really, really, really cool. I'd say
awesome.
that's the next one.
Well, congratulations to you all, because you are all doing really awesome, very inspiring things. Just in my research of the three of you, it was very exciting to me to see the kind of work that you're doing. So, what are the main challenges to making money in the VR AR industry right now? So what are the big monetization challenges, I guess?
I think from a hardware perspective, can we provide the scale that moves it from just being focused on performance only into scale that has different levels of kind of capabilities, so it's accessible by everybody.
Right.
And then I actually go to your answer, which I love a lot, which is you really need the compelling content. The only way to expose the value of the silicon and the software and the hardware that we're all putting together, the only thing that can expose it is the software, because the software delivers and completes the rest of that experience. It's through the software and that kind of user interface that people become aware of what's compelling, or the storytelling, or sometimes I like to call it empathy. You're trying to make people feel something, right? You have to have the content, and not just content they consume once, but content they feel, just call it habit forming, something they feel they have to do every day.
I read in an interview with you that one of the big challenges is finding compelling content. What to you is, can you point to some example of content that is very compelling that sort of leads the way? Or what to you is going to be the thing that proves that the space has the content that is compelling enough to drive consumers to it?
So let me talk about the types of content that are compelling. I'll start a little bit with games. Any game that prevents an ongoing challenge, an ongoing interaction, social and collaborative type capabilities, that's for me is a minimum. 2, it's got to make me feel like I'm in control of the action, but it also has to make me feel that that environment is reacting to me. I will, oversimplistically, let's say it's a zombie game, right? Those are non-player characters. Those aren't real characters. But what if those characters started reacting to me in real ways? When it realized my head was turning and looking at him, and the zombie stares at me, you feel like, wait a second, you need to suspend disbelief. So anything in that environment that gives me the ability to control as well as react to me and is compelling that way, where I feel like there's an interesting topic, an ongoing story, or a way for me to connect socially. Those are some of the baseline features that I think you have to have in almost any type of content. Now, some of them are more heavy on the I'm watching phase, and some of them are heavy on the interaction. But I think no matter how you look at it, it's got to have some element of all those aspects.
Yep. for us, it really has to take advantage of the medium, because VR is a spherical medium. We're coming from rectangular backgrounds. But, my partner and I were coming from gaming, entertainment, media backgrounds, and we've seen close to 2,000 companies, and a lot of people are experimenting in VR, but they really haven't learned to take advantage of the spherical experience. And what really monetizes for us is compelling experience, user experience, active or passive, linear or non-linear. And if you look at studios like Web App Studios or Penrose, they have incredible stories and very engaging. Invasion or Alumet and so forth, they monetize. Our portfolio company, Alchemy, Job Simulator, it's an incredible game mechanics, takes advantage of the VR. You're very active in your cube and do things. They made $3 million last year. They're the top moneymaker in VR on the software side. And so I think so long as you deliver compelling content, there are ways to make money. One of our recommendations to entrepreneurs, align your monetization model with market dynamics. Right now, there's not enough install base for freemium economy. You have to do sort of pay per view or pay per download type of model. And as the install base grows, they can go into freemium market. So all of our portfolio companies are expected to have a commercial product in the market within 9 months after the funding. Okay. But they align their sort of monetization scheme with the market dynamics. If you look at last year, I'm sorry, I don't want to take too much time. The total market was $2 billion, depending upon who you talk to. About $1.5 billion came from hardware, $500 million came from software. Wow. And software was really between sort of 40% for App Store, meaning Steam or Vive and Oculus. Other 40% was location-based entertainment. So those dimensions are monetizing right now.
Okay, that's really insightful.
I think one of tricks in VR to be able to monetize and always create compelling content is to do what I call transmedia stories. It's like creative. Now we can, but back in the days you went to the movie theater and it was a story that you would experience for 2 hours on a movie theater, and that was it. You couldn't follow up on that. When the internet came, we were able to start splitting stories in different media and putting a small part in here, another part in here, and create more of a story worlds than just linear stories in just one platform. So I feel with VR we need to do the same. We need to start creating stories that you can experience a part of the story in room scale with high-end devices, but you can also have another part of the story for mobile or even outside VR. Just to give you an example, Feature XO, which is this campaign that we made, the center of it and the premium experience is a 5-minute VR experience that is amazing. But we also created 100 pieces on top of that for 2D, for Instagram stories, for any other kind of medium. In the end, about 30,000 people watched the VR experience, 20 million watched the other content. And they were driven towards the VR experience, and they wanted to go and experience in the places that was played physically. So it's about creating this kind of environment where you tap into different parts of the story through different media.
That's really great. So what needs to happen to develop a robust economy in the AR, VR, MR industry?
Well, I would actually submit we're probably right on the edge of a robust economy as it is. Part of being a robust economy means you're getting investments across the board, right? You're getting investments in media and entertainment, you're getting investments in gaming, you get investments in software and hardware. The thing that I notice that's different, that's happening now than in other industries, is that everybody's willing to invest now because they see the value proposition. They see the compellingness to either the consumer or to the business, and they're experimenting in rapid fire and learning very quickly about what it takes. And I think that's what it's coming down to. So I think we're kind of already there, just starting to get close to a tipping point where this is becoming real.
That's great.
Yeah, I think, as Frank said, we need a good balance between both capital coming into the sector and the ability to monetize that. And the challenge for entrepreneurs is really have the longevity, because I think we all believe that VR, AR, MR will be a huge market, but we don't know the growth rate. It could grow 2x this year or 3x this year. But looking at last year, so $2 billion economy in terms of selling hardware and software, expectations are it'll be double, triple this year. And if you look at the investment side, it's almost about $2 billion came into the sector last year, or the last 12 months. That's also expected to double. If you look at the global venture market or the US venture market, it's about $6 billion a year. So $2 billion is really a fraction of that. And there's a lot of growth opportunity for the capital coming into the sector. And also on the growth side, we feel like this is the beginning of the monetization because we have now all three platforms available. Intel has a reference platform, others have reference platforms coming in the market, and mobile VR is going to grow. So I think the balance between investment capital coming in and the ability to monetize really is the underpinnings of a robust economy that we'll see the beginning of it this year in a more healthy way.
That's great. Okay. How would you advise entrepreneurs to think about revenue? What are the current opportunities and what are some near future opportunities for revenue in this space? I think you've spoken to it a little bit, but if you have anything to expand.
I think entertainment's one because it's a consumption model we're all familiar with, and it's a consumption model we want to be able to enhance in significant ways. So I think that's clearly one of them. People do pay for entertainment all day long, and they pay for gaming all day long. I think the one we're under calling is more in the commercial and the enterprise side of things, B2B and B2C type applications. There's real monetization that can happen there, right? People are currently monetizing experiences there that can be very much enhanced through VR. And I'll oversimplify it a little bit, but anytime I'm trying to sell an experience, I'm trying to sell you a house or a car or a vacation. How many times have you gone to a flat screen? You talk about the spherical world. We take this spherical concept and we flatten it because that's the only way to give it to you. As soon as you can make it seem like you're there, I think the ability to connect with your customer and the ability to sell them that experience is going to be really enhanced. Sometimes people make decisions because they just don't understand the value of what's being told to them. I think VR is going to get a lot closer to that kind of value proposition. And then the same thing in industries like medical. We talked about surgical theater on stage a while ago. They're solving real problems. They're enhancing people's lives in real ways. People pay for that all day long. I think we're way under calling what's going on commercial and enterprise.
Yeah, and in the next years, probably 2-3 years, for companies producing content, it's going to be difficult to monetize. There's going to be certainly companies that are going to do great with 1 or 2 products, but it's going to be challenging. So I feel we need to find new ways. One side to that might be working with brands that are willing to do branded content or sponsor content. Things like, maybe tapping into different industry. With Amazon, they were a retailer and now they are producing some of the most compelling content out there. They already had the clients, so maybe it's smart to start tapping into different industry that can attract people and bring them content as an additional thing, something else. But definitely we need to find new ways, and also we need to find a way for investors and big platforms to start spending money on producing content, because in the end, if all the money, and that's what usually happens, goes towards hardware, there's nobody there to produce it, and it's still a big risk to produce VR. We're working with some of the biggest studios, and they are very reluctant, and all the VR budgets that they are putting to produce VR are coming from marketing budgets. They are not investing like production money on actually creating content because there's still not enough audience. So it's something that we need to start working together for it not to be a companion piece, but to start creating actual VR content and figure out who pays for that.
I would probably talk about enterprise and consumer.
Okay.
So out of 18 companies, we have about 35-40% are enterprise. And actually they're monetizing quite well. Example would be Vivid Vision. Corrects lazy eye for both children and adults. 60+% success rate.
That's
already deployed across 100 eye clinics. Yeah. And that's transformative. I mean, we always talk about VR, entertainment, game, and so forth, but VR can also change our lives. Absolutely. So what James Blaha is doing at Vivid Vision is changing lives. 60% in a lazy eye correction for adults is really unheard of without no surgery, and you get benefits within months. And other aspect is enterprise visualization. You have data visualization, and you have every enterprise is collecting massive amount of data, and you can't really do 3D graphics to visualize it. You have to be in the data, and I can show you what's going on in terms of, say, Walmart looking at all the customer behaviors, or Intel looking at the distribution, dynamics and everything else. So enterprises are definitely spending money in VR and AR, and Daiquiri is another example of it. And
Yes.
And the consumer really is, there's a transformation. Gaming and entertainment tends to go faster than other sectors. And if you look at the analog in mobile gaming was maybe 2 to 3 billion a year industry 7-8 years ago. Now it's 41 billion a year out of 110 billion a year gaming economy. It's the largest component. I think part of our passion is that gaming in VR, AR will have similar growth rate. We just don't know the rate of adoption. And then so you have enterprise, you have consumers, and then we have infrastructure that's applicable to all solutions. So about 10% of our portfolio is in infrastructure technologies that you can monetize. If you have a great computer vision technology, you can license it to Intel or big companies, or if you're transforming some of the technology underpinnings, you can monetize that right now.
That's awesome. Can you share a specific case study of a successful monetization strategy that you've implemented or something that you could point to as being very successful?
So from an Intel perspective, it was sort of a self-reinforcing virtuous cycle between hardware and software. Arizona Sunshine, for example, that's that zombie game, right?
Yeah, we just downloaded
I mentioned by name. It's like the fastest growing VR title there is. And for us to be able to show a scalable kind of experience and showing the value of what it looks like running a Core i5 and how it runs and is more responsive on a Core i7, not only helps us monetize, it helps the software title monetize, right? Because you can deliver a scalable experience and show people how it could be much better on either buying a more performant machine or how it runs pretty well on what they have right now. And then on top of it all, it's sort of like gaming title that was compelling. People want to go back and play it again and again, but I've already given you ideas on how you can even enhance that experience. So that's one example.
Right. Cool.
Well, in our case, we are already monetizing some of our original content, mostly on on-location VR. So we're VR movie theaters in Amsterdam and China and some other places. Small amounts, but hey, I mean, we're making money out of our content, which is a great success these days. And then the other place where you can actually measure, it's not monetary, but when brands are creating VR experiences, if they are getting this amount of attention and hits and everything else, that's where they invest their money for. So I guess that's another way to measure success in the VR campaigns that have been successful and have gotten millions of views or attention.
So I'll probably, again, break it down to enterprise consumer groupings. On the enterprise side, good examples are, again, Vivid Vision, really sort of transformative eye care and healthcare benefits. And in terms of another enterprise would be big data visualization, Virtualytics. They have a commercial product coming out, a number of Fortune 500 companies lined up for it. Immersive is another sort of for companies to really do advertising and on VR platform. They're already monetizing. InstaVR, again, create a native app for your enterprise in VR. So your Intel.com, you create an Intel.com in VR. So I can go and look at different Intel content and vision and everything else. So the enterprise is already monetizing, we're seeing it. On the consumer front, I think we talked about it, Virtual Lighthouse has an incredible content. Again, Alchemy, Job Simulator was the top money maker last year. They made $3 million for a growing economy. It's really great. And Rec Room and Against Gravity, they probably have the highest DAUs and MAUs. Sometimes you really grow the scale, then monetize. And then, again, high quality content monetizes. We see, Penrose and Baobab Studios are monetizing. And infrastructure, you license technology to. So I think monetization is there. A lot of times people's expectations are so elevated that when you look at the number, they're like, well, they're just too small. But we're in the beginning of the whole sector growth right now.
Yeah, like what apps were monetizing with when the iPhone 2 came out? Like the market was still very small, and then it grew very big, very fast.
Right.
But we need to get there.
You're right. I mean, you have to walk before you can run, and I think that this industry really kind of drives that home. Nicolas, I read on your site that now I'm going to have to use different language, but that you learn by effing up. What are some ways that each of you have experienced failure or screwed up somehow and grown from it and learned from it and implemented it into your general strategy. I think it's interesting because I actually feel the same way. Fail hard in every direction and learn as quickly as possible.
Fail hard, fail again.
Yes.
I always say this, but it's like we're kind of a weird company because half of us are coming from more of the creative side, screenwriters, directors. Half of us are coders, engineers, people coming from the tech side, and I'm kind of in between. And I was like raised with the Silicon Valley innovation in mind, although I was a writer director. And I always use this concept, which is prototyping, which is not very usual in the film industry. But I feel in VR, it's all about prototyping. You need to test out things because you never know how they are going to work. And you actually get really surprised. Just to give you an example of fucking up. Melida, the short film I talked about, I had worked in VR for about a year. I had directed VR. I knew about VR. I wrote the screenplay. Everybody loved it. Everybody in the company was like, "Oh, this is amazing. This is great." We took 2 months to make a previs, like a pre-visualization of the whole short film. And when we watched it, it was terrible. It didn't work. Even though everything was on the screenplay to be awesome, in VR, it didn't work. So we need to completely rewrite the screenplay and just, get rid of 2 months of work. That's the spirit. That's what you need to do. You need to say, hey, this is not working. Let's test it out in VR. Let's try it out. Let's fuck it up. Let's make it again.
That's great. Gentlemen?
If I could rewind the clock and change something, I'd move faster in content. I would have put a lot bigger investments in content. It's hard to know where to place that content investment in the beginning, but if I could have seen the future and rewind the clock, I would have invested a lot faster in content and made sure that the workloads that were really compelling, those interactive workloads, the things that allow me to interact with my environment and my environment interact with me, I'd have put a lot more investment in those type of companies to make this industry move a lot faster.
That's great.
I think our failures coming from mobile gaming is, as they were talking about, it's okay to fail, but you really have to have the cycle time to iterate and learn from it. And our recommendations to entrepreneurs: get out to market as early as you can. Learn about user behavior. It's a brand new medium. There's no established behaviors. Everybody's really learning, and have the speed and really innovation cycle to update and learn and iterate. Mobile gaming is a game as a service model. I think VR, AR are very similar from that perspective in terms of content deployment and management.
That's awesome. So we have a few minutes left. I wanted to make sure that I give you each some time to talk about anything that you just want to speak about for yourself, where we can find you on the web or your company, or just go nuts.
You can find me on LinkedIn. LinkedIn. I keep thinking about what the future's bringing, right? Because I wanted to rewind the clock, but if I had to be forward-looking, I think that continuum merging of real and virtual environments is hypercritical. I think continuing to engage all of the senses, right? Not just the visual sense, but things you hear and sense and feel. That's going to be more compelling and draw people in. And I think the more that you focus on being able to create social aspects in all the VR that you do, as well as give that person control and have the environment interact, just those are the strong guiding principles. I think that's where we're going in the future.
That's great.
I have a question for you guys, related, especially because you are coming from tech. So one of the things that I was at Singularity University a couple of years ago and studying crazy technologies in there and how the future is going to look like. And one of the projects I was working on is what I call reactive technology, which is reactive technology. So it's using technology, sensors, and algorithms to see how we can change content in real time, adapted to every user. So I would love to know what you guys think about that. How do you see content being driven by AIs, by how we react?
I think AI and machine learning, you'll see more infusion of that in VR and AR for both enterprise and consumer content, because ultimately you really want to deliver a great user experience. If you're my manager, I'm showing you my data, I want to really have some help to analyze that data so I can provide meaningful presentation to you. And consumer, I can see nonlinear stories that are driven by multiple paths through AI and machine learning algorithms. From our perspective, that's just coming up right now. Our really current focus is work within the ecosystem to make sure that we have a robust growth, robust funding, and empower the entrepreneurs, and they'll infuse emerging technologies as the market evolves.
Yeah, I think for storytelling, it's that being able to do scenarios real time, right? You build in very different scenarios, but I think it comes down to artificial intelligence because you can't create every scene imagined.
No.
The scenes have to be reactive to a potential action on the end user. That's what I meant is I want my environment to be reactive to what I'm doing. The oversimplistic sort of AI example was the zombie one, where the zombie is not real, but is now it's looking me in the eye when I
Zombies
glance at
are never real, right?
and it starts advancing. Well, you can make them seem they're real, right? Anything you can create in terms of environment that's reacting to me in real ways, whether you call it artificial intelligence or your reactive technology, I think it's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
That's great. So we're almost out of time. Marco, do you want to let us know where we can find you?
On LinkedIn and the Venture Reality Fund or the VRFund.com.
Great.
Thank you.
Did you want to?
Twitter, Cosmonauta with the C, like cosmonaut,
Cosmonauta.
but ending in A. And then on Facebook as well.
Awesome. And I am Ella Darling. I've been your host today. Thank you to VRScout. Thank you to you gentlemen. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ella.
Well, thank you. And Vive, Tiltbrush. Everybody, I'm Ella Darling. You can find me on Twitter at Ella Darling. Thank you guys. It's been
Thank you.
fantastic.
Cheers. Thank you very
Illuminating.
much.
Ooh. Pokemon. Trying to think like what else I can do. Maybe like Squirtle. How does Squirtle work? I don't remember. I just have to Bubbles. Where am I gonna get this one? Just say it or write it. I can't. I don't. Wait, do I? Like... Oh, okay. So I'm just trying Pokemon, Pikachu, Pichu, Charmander, Squirtle. I don't know how Squirtle looks. I'm doing it off of memory. But I really wanted to do squirrel because there's a bubble brush. I didn't know there was a bubble brush. I can make it. I love it. Oh, I'm supposed to talk? I didn't know. Sorry, so I'm just drawing Pokemon. I'm trying to think of what Pokemon to draw next, but I need references and I don't quite remember what anything else looks like. Oops. System. No, that's not it. Oops. It's not embers. What else should I draw? Oh. Probably gonna draw like super easy Pokemon that I remember off the top of my head. Maybe I'll draw it like over here. I know how to draw Oddish. And then... What is this? There was electricity. I should have just done electricity. Erase that. Go to electricity. Much better. And then, of course, whistle. I already know what that is. I want to do this. No. This one? Nope. This one? Nope. This one? Yep. Then probably have it burning. And then smells. An Oddish on fire. I really like the fire brush, so I like making everything burning. This is kind of morbid. I think it's hilarious. I need to copy Ember. Ember. That wasn't right. Actually. And then just have it burning. Beautiful. What other Pokemon then? I'm pretty sure there was a water brush. Chromatic wave. Oh, dots. Dots? Oh, that's cute. But I'm not gonna say. Streamers. That's cute too. Hypercolor? Nope. Splatter, duct tape, paper, velvet ink, smoke, snow. Oh, I thought there was water. Oh wait, no, I think I used streamers last time. Yeah, I used streamers. Okay. So, I don't know how to emulate water, so I'm just gonna pretend he's in water. Wow. And we draw like grass. I don't know how to draw grass. Ugh. Close enough. then maybe like flower or something. Wait, what? I should use for flower. What's hypergrid? Oh, that's so cool. Light wire. Nope. Bubbles disco. What the? True? Whoa. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, sorry. I don't know what I just hit. I like that brush. I like that one. Okay, I don't know what other. That one. What was I gonna do? I was gonna talk about. I just did something. Okay. Snow. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. That's... Oh, it smells pretty. I like snow. My thing disappeared. There we go. No, I don't like that. Oil paint. I don't know any things. I'll do this one. Okay, these are some pretty bad flowers that I'll take it. And then I don't remember. I wish I had references. I don't remember. Okay, what is artistic interpretation? What was this? No, that was a really stuff. I was like, I don't know. I don't remember the better Felix. Close enough. And then soft highlighter. Oh, that's pretty. I should have used that instead. I don't like that one. Highlighter. The highlight's pretty. Okay, I literally just drew a Pokemon. Pretty sure Butterfly has free feet too, but I don't remember what it looks like. Oh, it has little thingies here. That's close enough. Yeah, there's no way I can do the patterns on the wings. Drawing in 3D is hard. I don't understand. That's why I'm doing everything in 2D. I really like the star games. Ember smoke. Oh, am I done? I have no idea how this looks to everyone else. Oh, I don't know how magic cards look. They're like orange, reddish. Oh my god, I don't know how to find this. I wish I could pull up references. Okay, yes, artistic interpretation. That's not how it, that's not it. Like, that's so ugly. It's, that just made it worse. Okay, yeah, I don't know that. Does Charmander's? Oh, I should try. Uh, whatever. Oh, you're so like. Okay, I don't. There's no rain brush, so I'm just improvising. Kinda like that, but not really. That's not it. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look like rain. Okay, whatever. I think I'm done soon anyway. I don't know what else to draw. Let's draw more snow. And, wait, what is this? Um, actually, it's to be brighter. Yep.
Hey guys, and welcome back to the VRScout live stream show at VRLA. Thank you so much for joining us throughout the day. We have our final program segment to wrap up Friday's programming. Stay tuned tomorrow because we're going to be focusing on entertainment. And today we have a very motley crew for you. Some of my favorite people I am lucky enough to have join me on stage right now. We're going to be talking about some really awesome stuff. I have Peter Kortenhoven of Pillows Willow VR Studio. I have Andy Lurling of Lumo Labs. And I have Mike Murdoch from Trihelix. Mike, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for
Andy,
having me.
thank you for coming on. And Peter, thank you for flying all the way from the Netherlands to come here.
Great.
Although actually you had to fly here from all the Netherlands too.
Yeah, but I came a bit earlier.
But you had a couple days to decompress.
Yeah, I was in San Francisco.
They just slingshot Peter over here.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Mike just had to come down from San Francisco.
Yeah, they had a slingshot me too. Yeah.
Well, Elon really has to figure out that Hyperloop
The
situation.
Hyperloop would be nice.
We digress.
I'm in for it.
I see we could just sit here and chat all day. But what we're going to be talking about is input. And what do I mean by input? I mean controllers. So I'm talking about what we look at today as a mouse pad, or we look at a keyboard perhaps. That's going to look completely different in the future. And so virtual reality right now, how we control the virtual environment looks like controllers that you hold in your hand, which are getting cooler, but they're still pretty clunky. They're still not very intuitive. And so as we emerge from this kind of arbitrary XY axis of moving a mouse around, we're going to start bringing our body into the virtual world, and we're going to be computing in spherical ways with the body. So that's kind of what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the evolution of that. So I wanted to know, first of all, I know you guys are from Eindhoven. Tell us very briefly about Eindhoven in the Netherlands. Thank you for coming all the way here.
Okay, Eindhoven is a mid-sized city in the Netherlands. And it's the origin of Philips Electronics. That's the reason.
There's a ton of tech going on.
Exactly, and that's the reason why there's a ton of tech going on. It's also got a really good design academy, and therefore you find like the technology, the design, the content, and the business. So it's like 360 degrees of what you need to make great VR content.
And that's how great VRLA is, that it attracts top talent from all over the world. And Mike just had to come down from San Francisco. So I want to know, just tell us briefly what you're working on, and we're going to kind of dive into it in a little bit, but just give me a brief little taste, Peter, if you could, about Pillows Willow.
Yeah, Pillows Willow is about helping a little girl through an environment which is a little bit eerie, not that spooky, but
it's gorgeous.
It's meant for all ages, and that's like a blind gap. That's our niche. We want to focus on all people, and that they're allowed to play around and not playing with this particular character as in an avatar, but just moving along with moving stuff, and that's what the interaction part comes by, with using gloves, for instance, and that's what we play around with.
Yeah. It's really, really pretty. You did a great job. And then are you guys announcing something about Pillows Willow?
Yeah. In end of June, we will release our first game, which is called Spark of Life.
Okay.
Which is part of the same universe which we try to develop, and which is available for Daydream and for Samsung Gear VR.
Awesome. And then, Andy, could you just give us a little slice, because we're going to dive into this later. It's a lot to unpack with this one. Give me a little taste about what you're working on with VRI.
With VRI, we developed a platform, and the platform makes that all mocap suits, motion capture suits, can be used in VR. And the body is you step really in VR, and you can see all the movements you make, and the body in the end is the controller.
Amazing. Mike, what are you working on?
So I'm at Trihelix. I'm a director there, and we are turning, again, motion capture systems into VR experiences. And so you can go into an experience with your friends or with your family, and it's not just the one person in VR at a time, but it's a very social experience that instead of us overdoing the design side and saying what happens if people talk to each other or do this, we just track enough of the human body that they can be themselves in that space. So it's removing these abstractions that get in the way of you having a genuine experience in VR with your friends or family.
So this is when people all come together in the same place, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then when all these people come together in the same place, they have to utilize some type of equipment to be able to participate in that virtual world together, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
So we've been working with a motion capture company. They're just over yonder demoing today.
Over yonder.
Over yonder is their street address. But yeah, it's they've been doing research for over 20 years to make this happen. And motion capture has been traditionally a small industry used for research institutes, medical, robotics, and Hollywood, of course. And now it's going to explode because there's big VR entertainment centers happening. The Void is one of them, zero latency. And so what we're trying to do is figure out how do we scale this up properly?
Right.
How do we weaponize it for the impending consumer market? So that's our focus.
Is there anything you can share with us?
All the NDAs are in front of
Mike is always working on these top secret projects. He can never tell me about them, and then he sends me these like sneaky little just teasers. It's a tease.
Well, so the tease is we have been behind closed doors for most of the last year, and all these projects are again NDA'd. But we just needed to get a little project out. So we're working on a little Vive game called Fight Pit, where you get to play with marshmallow characters. You give them swords and weapons, and it's about having that experience with your toys that they're alive and in that same world with you. So that's the stuff I can talk about.
That's the stuff you can tell. All right. So like when we're like sort of philosophically talking about the evolution of input and utilizing the human body as a controller, like what does that mean to you? You know, what does that signify to you? What is that, like, what is the meaning behind that for you?
I think it's quite simple. We are daily life and we are using our body as we're using our body. And the first step when we go into virtual reality, we don't want to use controllers. We just want to use our hands.
Right.
And we want to grab something and I want to walk it. And I want to jump and I want to roll and then I want to have that experience in the virtual world. As you say, I want to see other people moving in the virtual world. And I think if we reach that stage, and we are right there now, you're there, we are there, then we can take it to the next level and do extraordinary things, of course. But let's first have the natural behavior in VR. I think that's a good first step.
Okay, so right now, right, we have different types of devices that are not out there to consumers. So we have gloves, right? We have gloves that you can, there's different ways of bringing your hands into virtual reality. Can you kind of elaborate on how those hand trackers, how those gloves, what they look like today, why they're not available to consumers yet, and maybe what that near term looks like for those?
Yeah, it takes some steps to finish it off as a business-to-consumer product, of course, and we've got all those new gears and all those new setups, but eventually they will come, and we started to work together with Manus, and Manus is, they're like one step ahead of all of them, and it's based on flex sensors, and you can just move everything around with it. And that's such a neat idea to play around with if you're trying to make a game, for instance, because you've tried them, those kind of gloves already, you liked it?
Right.
And imagine then in such a case that you can play around, for instance, in some sort of dollhouse and you can just grab stuff.
This is just like Pillows Willow. It's like this little kind of doll sort of dreamscape, right?
Yeah.
Or you can catch a frisbee, which we have then with the full body game. You can catch a frisbee like this instead of with a controller. You have to.
That's something that's so exciting to me is if you hand somebody who's not a gamer an Xbox controller or a PlayStation controller and say, all right, run your character forward and jump, they're like, but there's about 30 buttons on this thing, what do I do? And it's I think this is a theme of this evolution, is peeling back this abstraction and letting our games, our experiences, and computers speak the human language.
Natural behavior.
Natural behavior, exactly. And so instead of press this button and hold this button and move this stick, it's just, do you want to reach out and grab it? Do that.
And the great result of the GDC previous year was we came up with a new project, Pillows Willow, and you had those novices who have never tried anything within VR before. And normally you're mapped towards a controller, like give an old person like an Xbox controller and they like, okay, how am I going to move around here? They need to learn the mapping and then later on they can play the game. But with glass, I gave people who've never played virtual reality, store that thing on their head, like the headset, whatever which one you want to choose, and then just playing around, and I did not have to explain a thing because it's like natural. It's like moving around.
So when we think about controllers, right, we really think about gaming. And I am not a gamer at all. If you hand me an Xbox, I'd be like, I don't know what to do with that. Maybe I can move the joystick. And when we talk about gaming, we talk about the evolution of controllers, people can kind of fit that only in the gaming box, right? But there's so many different uses for controllers, and Pillows Willow, I want to kind of show, we have a really great little video that will show what it looks like, what Pillows Willow looks like when you bring your hands into it. So in the video you saw this gorgeous dreamscape, this lovely sort of fairy tale children's interactive storybook. And we kind of see that by bringing your hands into this interactive environment, it makes it more immersive. But I want to kind of talk about not gaming. So this isn't a hardcore gaming thing. You know, there's no guns involved. There's no violence involved. And so there's a lot of really like lovingness that you made about this. And Pillow, the little character, is kind of, I want to say, the next mascot perhaps.
Yeah, well that's the thing we aim for, of course, is to create a universe which is sustainable.
Yeah.
Like not only making this particular game, but build things on top. And then think of having single player episodic content, and then eventually also have the low-end versions for mobile. And then our ultimate goal is, like we mentioned before, is to create this social component so we can create multiplayer experiences out of that.
So you're telling me that you're going to have Pillows Willow, and everyone's going to be interact with their hands, and you're going to have a social element where people can interact with this dreamscape storybook world?
Yeah, and we support the hands, but of course no one will have the hands at the beginning because, well, it needs to evolve.
Right.
So we support all the other controllers as well. So, but our focus is always to look upon peripherals, VR content and gaming, and there we can play around with.
I like the idea of being Pillow Willow as the next Super Mario for VR. I was thinking about that. You got something there.
Trademark it right now.
Like this cute little character. She's really adorable.
That's what we did actually. Yeah? We trademarked it, of course. But
you're up on things. So
very smart.
It's hard to talk about interfaces without the idea of skeuomorphism. And I saw great examples of that in the trailer.
Can you define the word skeuomorphism?
Skeuomorphism is when interface objects resemble objects from the real world. So a key example is look at the iPhone or Apple. When they were challenged with designing this touchscreen interface, they said, how do we unlock it? Well, you can slide to unlock it. So it's like a lock clasp. We can make a button look like a button. And it's objects and interfaces imitating the real world. So I saw great things like there's a piano that you play. There's like a staircase that you can put in the way so the character can climb that. And it's giving the player spatial challenges that their brain already knows how to solve. Like most people know how to solve a piano. And it's this abstract idea in the game, but they know how to press the keys. And I love that idea as we go more into interfaces is like, what is a natural interface that makes sense? What needs to be skeuomorphic? Because the computer mouse is weird. You rub it around.
It is
it's
weird.
Yeah, it's so weird.
And it's like, you know, a CAD, you know, to get your CAD license or certification or whatever it is, that's 2 years of school.
And it's rub this thing around on the table, and this cursor
to make
moves.
this 3D object, and now when we can bring our body into this spherical space,
So it's
much
peeling
more to
back
it.
that abstraction, and the mouse is abstract, but it works surprisingly well. People can train up on it, but I love this idea of when we can remove another layer of abstraction and provide metaphors that really work for interfaces.
And then add something again. We developed Frisbee for free then, as first game. And you have to catch the Frisbee, of course, so you have the gloves, so you do this, but you don't feel it. So we thought, like, we put a sensor here, and then when you catch it, you feel vibration, so that at least you have, like, feedback. Like, okay, I got it, you know?
Okay, so you have a little bit of haptics in there.
Haptics is a big word, but yes,
It's a big word. Okay, a buzz, a little buzzer.
A little buzzer, but it makes a total difference because you get a feedback from the world.
Right.
There are so many nerve endings in your fingertips, and most times games don't use that. So providing even impulses on your fingertips will help you feel more present in there.
I've seen a couple of different ways that developers are bringing in different ways to bring your hands into things. So I've seen gloves, right? Like exoskeleton sort of gloves, like tensile grips. And then I've also seen different ways of actually tracking the hands. What kind of stands out to you? Like when we're talking about hands right now, what are the different things that are out there?
Well, some of the most consumer version of that is probably the Oculus Touch controllers, where they feel like regular game controllers, but they have this idea of hand presence, and they put buttons in the right places where you would expect them to be.
I love the touch controllers.
They're really comfortable.
When do you think that Vive is going to release their they're like
new
these
ones?
little
We've seen
they look amazing.
prototypes from Valve, I believe, that they kind of sit on the top of your hand and they sit in there really nicely. So, but that's more of a game-focused, game controller approach. The Manus gloves are another great approach. I've seen where you can fully motion capture hands as well. There are motion capture systems that either put the tiny little ping pong balls or LED lights on your hands so you can track them down to sub-millimeter precision. And then there's a company called Thelmic Labs, and they make the Myo band, and that comes across your forearm and it reads muscle impulses, nerve impulses. And so if you flex your fingers, it reads those impulses and it gives you hands in the VR experience or AR. And people have said it's pretty creepy because it's almost like it responds before you see your hand move because the nerve impulses are faster.
The nerve impulses are actually
Faster than your eye, like sensing. So
how would you describe something like leap motion then?
Oh, that's another great approach. Using a depth camera, various image-based scenarios or technologies to isolate the hands and to do some tracking on that. So the Microsoft Kinect also is kind of in that idea. The Intel RealSense camera. And Sony has a company as well, Soft Connect, I believe, that does hand tracking. So, there's. I love that. It's again, you don't need a controller. Just touch what you want to interact with. It's another abstraction that's removed.
I can get down with that. I want to so we've kind of talked a lot about the hands, so I want to step back for a moment, and I want to kind of jump back to the broader body. And so how we bring our body into the virtual environment. So I want to talk about VRE. Can you give us just a brief little taste? You gave us a little bit about it, but I know we have a great video to show about VRE. Can we play that video? Roll up. Very serious. Very serious. Okay, so we're actually seeing this total motion capture body tracking suit right here. There we go, VRE. There we go. So, okay, Andy. You're free.
You're free.
You're free.
You can do whatever you want.
Okay, so we see these people in this very dramatic trailer. They're coming out of this tunnel, great backlighting and all that, and then they're jumping around playing sports or playing frisbee like they would in real life, but they have virtual reality headsets on their face.
Yes.
What's that all about?
Well, it's quite simple because you can do so much
That
more.
looked very complicated.
Well, there are a few things. We solved the drifting problem.
And what is drifting?
Okay, so in the end, if you have a mocap suit on and you play more and more and you slide a bit, and at one point the body is here, and in the virtual world they think you're there. And
Okay.
if there's a wall there, then that's not nice for the person. So we solved how we get at every given moment the position of the body and the virtual position at the same point, at the same location.
So talk a little bit more about the suit, because there are optical suits like Hollywood uses with the ping pong balls on
Yeah.
it, or LEDs,
Yeah.
and then there's
Yeah.
IMU suits.
Yeah, those
Exactly.
The gyros from like cell phones.
Yeah.
And,
We use the IMU suits, and together with the algorithms, we make it possible that we don't have to use line of sight. So we just use algorithms, and that makes that there's no limit to the field anymore.
So the camera doesn't need to see the
No.
person at all times
Exactly.
to have a body represented.
We don't use cameras. We don't use cameras. So in the end,
Magic.
It's so awesome to see those guys building these
and the fun
experiences.
part, we come in and within 15 minutes we set up and you're ready to go. You can play. It's an open platform, so we have now developed Frisbee, but third parties, we want to have them develop other games. Think of baseball, think of tennis, think of basketball. Not only that, because I have to be honest that 50% of our revenues at this point doesn't come from gaming. It
Right.
comes from the industry.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What are some examples of industry that the revenue is coming from now?
I also have NDAs, but
General. Very general.
But in general, it's think of that you are developing a very large machine, or you have a production line, and you have to develop them. Yeah, so you get designs, and you have a static avatar.
Okay.
Yeah, so you think like, okay, the hand is like that tall, so can he reach it? Yes. But what they don't think about often is that I have to move a component, so I have to do this, I have to try and do this and get it out. Often that's not thought up, and we have a dynamic avatar in that sense. So you design it and you immediately go in and you can check it in the virtual world if you can pull a component out without damaging other components.
Okay, so we see Frisbee, right? So we see the obvious implications for athletics, right?
Exactly.
I want to get into that in a moment.
Okay.
However, I want to dial it back a little bit.
Okay.
And I want to I want you to hold my hand on what VRI really is. Because from what I understand, it's not just a motion capture suit, and it's not just a positional tracking suit.
No, it is actually not. It's a platform, and we use third-party motion capture suits.
Okay.
We use third-party hand controllers. Yeah, so it can be every brand.
It's like the glue that ties all
It's
these
actually
different things together.
it's the glue. Yeah, well, you said it better than I can.
There you go.
So, yeah.
The glue from the Netherlands.
Yeah,
I'm going to trademark that.
Exactly. Yeah, you should trademark it. No, but it's so true that on the one hand we have all the controllers and hardware devices, and we have a plug-in to our platform. We make it run really smoothly through Unity and Unreal at this point to the games.
Okay.
And back. And you can play without latency. You don't get sick, and you have a real wonderful experience.
So it's not just limited to what we saw in this kind of trailer, right? So
No.
it sounds like VRI is actually a software, and it's a platform.
It's a platform.
And a predictive full body tracking algorithm, and any third-party input can plug into it. So whether that's a hand input from whatever company,
Yes.
whether it's a motion capture
Exactly.
suit from whatever company,
Exactly.
any
AMD
of those.
from whatever company.
Okay.
Peripherals from whatever company. As long as we have the SDK and the plugin, it's arranged, and we can go.
It is magic.
It is magic. Yeah, that's what I heard.
How do you think this worked, Mike? I know that you've been playing in this space for a long time, and so when you hear that, to me, that's revolutionary.
Yeah, it's a lot of it is finding what is a viable platform. What will people enjoy? Like if you want to go see a movie, it involves a dark room with a projector and a screen. If you want to do VR, who knows right now? And I think providing the most open approach to that, saying, well, do you want to play laser tag with your friends? Motion capture suit, head-mounted display, tracked blasters. Do you want to do a training simulation?
Right.
Maybe you don't need all those pieces.
Right.
So I like that it's an extendable platform.
Yeah.
It's going to be really exciting to figure that out.
Yeah, in the end, and that's what I believe. And you talked about the Void and zero latency, and it's like more what you say. I want to do this game. With us, you go to an location-based center, and you have this image full of like games, and you just say, hey, today I want to play this game, or today I want to play frisbee, or today I want to test my baseball skills.
Right.
Because in the end we can do talent identification, we can train people with simulations. So I think the esports market will be really happy with us, because we in the end introduce a new category, and that's the active VR esports.
Yeah. And that intersection of gaming, esports, and real life sports, and combining athletics with the virtual environment, that's something that I'm so excited about. Because like I said, I'm not a gamer, but I've always been an athlete, and I always love, running around, right? So when I can do a workout in virtual reality, when I can, if I can be Lara Croft in the video game, then I will be a then I will be a gamer.
Yeah.
So Peter, when we're talking about all of this stuff and like bringing the body in, like how do you want to see that evolve?
Well, exactly like you mentioned it should not be feeling like a game anymore, but it's like a complete experience.
Yeah.
And of course you're going to pick up real life elements like you've seen in the trailer or with Frisbee.
Yeah.
But on top of that, you're going to store those little VR components which add up to it. And you have to solve some things like you don't have the feedback. Once I start to touch something, it's not always having the pushing back element.
Right.
But that's the VR layer on top of it. You can play around with visual feedback and stuff. But like the full experience of full body experiences, that's so awesome.
So how far out are we? How far are we out from the Matrix when we all have our full bodies, in the virtual world? Like this, it sounds like it's happening.
Probably
what's
2 years?
18 months.
Before you're all, let's say 2 weeks.
We are like April 12th now, or what is it? April 28th we go live.
There we go.
April 28th, then we go live.
Heard it here.
They heard. So is it going live?
Yeah, April 28th.
So what goes live on April 28th?
April, what you just saw, we have the first.
So tell me, VRE.
Yeah, VRE goes live April 28th. There's the first commercial tryout, as we call it.
Okay.
We are a bit space.
Okay.
But commercial play where the public can play for the first time ever this game and step for the first time ever with the body in the virtual.
How can people try VRE? Like, how can they find out more about this?
You can always go to our website. It's I like it, free.world, free world,
Okay.
free.world.
So that's VREE.world.
VREE.world, because we are on the VR, of course.
Of course.
The event is in Eindhoven, in the Netherlands. So you have to, if you're in America, you have to fly over.
Well, now I have an excuse
tickets,
to go to Eindhoven.
Exactly, the tickets are not that expensive, but if you calculate the flight, and no. But we will be opening quite soon. Also, I guess some events in America.
And I know that you have some exciting news that you mentioned about Pillows Willow. Can you share that for people again so they know how to find Pillows Willow?
Yeah. Check our website at pillowswillow.com, and our first products which we're going to release for Daydream and VR, for Gear VR, is going to be called Spark of Light.
Spark of Light?
Spark of Light. It's in the Pillows realm. We're going to call it Pillows Chronicles. So we're going to build multiple games, and the first one is going to be called Spark of Light.
Okay. And so and remind me again of the platforms that's on?
It's for now on Daydream and for Gear VR.
Okay.
And at the end of the year, we're going to release the HTC/Oculus version.
Nice. Okay. All right. That sounds great. And Mike, do you have anything that you can tell us?
I can tell you so much. We're working on our game very hard. It'll be going into early access. We're looking at early summer. So yeah, we're making it.
Where can we find Tri-Helix?
We're based in the Bay, but on social we're Trihelix VR on Twitter. We have a Facebook page. We use all the stuff.
All the stuff. What's your website?
Trihelix.tech.
Do people still use websites?
I haven't seen a website.
How long are websites going to be around? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think?
How long are websites? It's all apps now. You got to have the Instagram. You got to
have the Instagram.
Snapchat. No, it's interesting. We're going to see a lot more of this virtual world bleeding into the 3D world that we live in, and who knows what a website will look like when it's on your coffee.
So
Instagram, Facebook.
Check Facebook as well. We have small development stories about our main characters in which you can see how we come up to this product.
Actually, they are here. You don't see them, but they are here. They're sitting right there.
I think I saw her walk around the corner. She just kind of zipped right around.
Everybody's going to look so crazy. It's like,
I guess we'll capture that and we'll show you to see what's there.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, guys, and telling everybody a little bit more about what the future is going to look like when we can use our hands as controllers in the virtual world, and when we bring our full bodies into the virtual world. And welcome to the Matrix, I guess, right?
Here we are.
Thank you so much. Here we are.
Thanks.
I wish like we could.
Nice. Yeah, I'll pick the first level.
Good job. You made the list.
All right, this one will be better.
All systems online. Prepping extraction in 3 minutes. Stand by. Copy that, Phoenix 3. Extraction team, we have hostiles inbound on your position. Ready up.
Reflex charged.
That was good.
Good job. You made the list.
Still, that time. See you guys. Other viewers log in.
first out of the 2-day VRLA conference at VRScout Live. We're coming back to you tomorrow for 6 hours of live streaming goodness. We'll be showing more fun mixed reality demos. We'll be having more fun program segments and fun fireside chats and discussions. We're going to be showing off a lot of tilt brush so you can see artists painting in space, perhaps. And I've heard that tilt brush may have some new toys to share with us, so keep an eye out for that. We also have Wesley Alsbrook, who is a fantastic artist. She is the creator of Dear Angelica, which I'm sure most of you have heard of. And if you haven't heard of Dear Angelica, go hear about it ASAP. But we will have Wesley on tomorrow, and she's going to be showing off some of her art for Wonder Woman. We also might be seeing Justin Roiland stop by. We're going to be talking about Mind Show with the Mind Show team. We'll be doing some fun Mind Show demos as well. That was fun, right? Heck yeah, you're going to see that tomorrow. We're going to be playing Smash Party, so we're going to smash things in virtual reality, and we're going to see who is the biggest smasher. I think we know who. Titmouse guys are going to come by. We're going to have Chris Pernosky. We're going to have Antonio Canobio. Those guys are absolutely hysterical. We're going to have live fashion art for you. And we're also going to talk about VR in the movies. So stay tuned tomorrow. We're going to start live at 12 p.m. Pacific, and then we're going to tune out at 6 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. So pop on by because we'll be here.